Alright, we're cooking. Unless something goes wrong in the next, like, 2 seconds. Okay. Let me just make sure everything is set up properly and working. My mic is good. Game is good. Okay. I'm doing this. I'm trying out something different, so apologies if I'm a bit slow with things. Hi, welcome. I'm trying out a second monitor strategy. So the monitor I usually play my main game on, I actually have that hooked up as a second monitor for my computer. So I'm seeing the OBS view just like you guys see, except that's all on one monitor now. So I can watch both games at the same time. I don't have to keep flipping between OBS and anything else. And of course I have the chat on screen, fortunately, so I can see chat. Hi guys. Good job on getting Lele. Let's see how long this one takes. Yeah. Hopefully this one doesn't take too long, but it might. And I'm okay with that, honestly. Because I just had an insanely quick Lele hunt. But yeah, this is going to work because I can obviously constantly see chat because it's on screen. I can see both my games, so I should be less prone to making weird mistakes. I'm not going to be hyper focused on having to manage what tab I'm looking at all times. So, you know, overall this is going to be better for me, I think. The only downside is I don't get game audio, but I don't need that anyways. If anything, that's just extra sound, because it would probably get picked up by my mic anyways. So my Tapu Lele reaction. That was a quick hunt. I did not expect it to happen the same stream. And the fact that happened when I asked it to as well. Just as a silly, like, hey, if you want to shine, this would be a good time to do it. And then it sat there and did that. I think that's pretty nice timing. My voice is enough sound. I appreciate that. You guys should still be able to hear the game. I'm just talking about, for me, I cannot hear the game anymore because the sound came through the monitor speaker that I have for it. But of course, now that it's just a second screen, it's outputting the exact same volume and audio, whatever, as my actual. Was I nice to it? In a way, I was giving it an opportunity, because okay, so I was going into it and I'm like, alright, so hear me out. I already have Tapu Fini. I'm already going to have to download this to make a reaction. If you want to make the reaction video more special, you could use this as your opportunity, you know, go ahead and be shiny, and then, you know, I can have a nice 2-in-1 to work with. Completely optional, but, you know, it's there if you want it. As I'm saying this, it's shiny on the right game, and I'm like, oh, quick hunt, and I get to make a 2-in-1 now, which is great. Person finally saw the text you sent them. How'd it go? Yeah, it really was feeling nice. Unfortunately, Bulu didn't feel like doing a back-to-back, but that is justified. I did not deserve that much luck. I'm hoping to still get it in like 40-something. That's where I would be happy. I think if it was shiny around the 40 to 50 mark, I think that would be a good place to get it. You started today single. That's either going to turn to, and I'm ending today single, or I'm ending today not. I need to turn off vibration on the controllers, because the Switch 1 is using a Switch 1 Pro controller. The vibration in this is, you're no longer single? I hope my mic picks up the clapping. I don't know if it does. These are my hands, by the way. Don't be freaks. That's me clapping. Good job. I'm thinking about at some point bringing on like background music for streams or something. That way, like, we can still have a game with audio. It just won't have like in-game music playing, and also just so I have something to listen to, because I'm no longer gonna have in-game audio for myself. So there's like no sounds for me. I'm quite literally listening to controller rumble, my own voice, and air conditioning. Bulu is lazy, so it might take a while to become shiny. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think that if Bulu wants to shine, like 40 to 60, actually, I'll give it more room. Between 40 and 60, I think would be the sweet spot. Because it's not too short, you know, it doesn't need to reward me that much, but it's still an under odds hunt, you know? So it's still kind of paying me back for how over odds my very first Dynamax adventure hunt went. Not very first, I've done these before and gotten my targets. I just mean first as in first on this save file, all that. I'm excited for Bulu. I kind of want it to be a longer hunt as well, just because I really love the fact that it's like 4 times weak to something. That's just really fun to me, because it's easy to knock it out if you have the right preparations. So it's just really satisfying to fight it and knock it out easy with poison moves. Which is why I am 100% keeping the Salazzle. Because it's a poison. Oh, this is not looking good. Not looking good. There is another poison type up ahead. So I'm hoping that someone else can get that and we can benefit. And this is a flying type. It's also good. I did get the Lele fast. I did. Okay, this throws me off because I don't get like profile pictures and the ats and the colorings and everything. I don't like it. Because like so many names can look very similar with how the coloring is. And I don't know what determines it. I don't think there's a way for people to choose their color. I think it just gives you one based on something. I don't know what. I might change the little things for the previous and recent. No, those are the same thing. The previous and current hunts, the things in the background. Because I changed them to the Pokemon Moon and Ultra Moon logos because that's one of my favorite games. And at the time I made them, actually, I had a purple and yellow, like Pokemon Moon color scheme layout, very Lunala themed. So that's why I had those. But now I've changed the layout, so I feel like I almost need to change the things. And I'm not going to win this one, I don't think. Because I have to beat the Driftblim, beat something else, and then beat the Bulu. The Bulu is the least of my concerns, because I think as long as I get 2 poison types going, it should be like a piece of cake. The only issue is getting to it, I think. I'm surprised these controllers are still going, because I'm going to be honest, I think the last time I charged them was the second Tapu Fini session. Like, I charged them in between the first and the second, but they have not been plugged in since. I guess that makes sense, because these have, like, what, 60-hour battery life or something? I don't know. They haven't died on me yet, though, so I'm just going until they do die on me, and if they do, I'll probably get Joy-Con at least as backup. To be fair, that's gonna suck. I'm gonna have to put my Joy-Con on my OLED to let them charge. Oh, it has Psychic. That's what killed me. I didn't actually watch. I was like, does it have a Psychic type move? It might. It does. Oh, it doesn't even have a flying type attack. It's just Tailwind. Ooh, I got this. I appreciate that. I do got this. I'm gonna win, even with my one heart. And unfortunately for me, we're back on the left game for host. The left game doesn't have 999 Dynamite ore yet. So it's gonna take a few Bulu until I reach the point where I can do like route resets, or I guess just getting a good path and resetting it. I could have done it for Lele, but I got the shiny before I got an actually good path. I should open the counter thing just so if I do actually finish this, I can start counting. There we go. This is going to be fun when I do something like the Reggies, because I have two options when I go to hunt the Reggies. Option one is I do the little puzzle, walk on their pattern every reset, and just stay in the game. That would take more effort, but it would be easier to keep the two in sync. But if I did resets, that would be more easy to do, but they would get very out of sync, and I'd either have to let one get ahead of the other or just control one of them and make it hold back on resets just so the other can catch up. Or I can spend like $500 and get a second Switch 2. I don't have that kind of money, so that's not happening. Or downgrade, go back to a Switch 1. They said these exact words. I actually do like you back, your friend. Kinda, I don't like it when you say bad stuff about yourself. Like, that is insane. It's nice that that worked out. It's definitely a rarer occurrence, to say the least. Okay, this battle is actually going to work out great, because unless the glitch happens, which I hope it doesn't, but I think me speaking about it has brought it into existence. We're going to be able to see if either the NPCs want to switch, which I hope they do, just on the fact of being poisoned. But, you know, this thing is joining the team. Even though we have one life, I think two poison types doing constant attacks is probably going to be great for us. You got Switch Light, that's a downgrade of the Switch 1 True. I have a light, I don't use it as much, because you can't link 3 systems to the same account, or I guess the same account to 3 systems, which sucks because I wanted to use it mostly to play like Animal Crossing, because it's easy to just chuck in my bag and carry with me, but no. So can't really do that right now. Yeah, kind of upset by that, but that's fine because I think the update just came out for Animal Crossing, and the Switch 2 version is only like $5 upgrade, I think. So I might get that and get back into it, because second channel needs content. I could replace Minecraft with Animal Crossing. That would be much more easy to do. You know, you said that you weren't looking for a relationship, but you were just being as safe as possible. Kind of what? Yeah, I figured. Hey, that's good. That works out for you. It's the only Switch you got and you're happy. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, look at me go. I'm saying that's fair again. I literally saw something that called me out for it. And I do not care. It wasn't me specifically. It was just calling out people who say that's fair when they don't know what else to say. Yeah, I'm sure if I only had a Switch Lite, I would be happy with it still. Well, of course, I am able to get the things I want with the money I get. And that's why I have a Switch 2. And I'm going to be so for real. First of all, I need to see how Generation 10 is going to play out. If they reveal it. Or I guess when they reveal it as well. Because we know it's going to happen. But I need to see how that's going to play out. And if it looks like it's going to be safe for 2-game hunting. Because what I might do is, don't quote me on this, but I think if I ever get, like, full-on buy another Switch, it's probably going to be another Switch 2. They're not that hard to find right now. And, of course, also if I get a second one, then I can do a lot of things more conveniently with the power that they'd have. But if it looks like it's going to be doable, then I might get a copy of both Generation 10 games. Oh, we lost. I don't know. That might be fun. I'll have to look into that, see what I'm wanting to do with that. So, no expectations right now, but might happen that I play through both of them on 2 Switch 2s. If I can get enough money for that saved up by then. I'll work towards that if those get announced, but for now, probably not. You've literally not been in this situation like ever. You technically did in year 3, but that doesn't really count. That's fair. Last game of Pokemon you can play. Yeah, that's unfortunate because I think, haven't they confirmed Generation 10 is Switch 2 only? I mean, it makes sense, kind of, but also not. It's weird because, like, we're not in, like, a 3DS 2 Switch situation where I need to lock in because these menus are different. We're not in a situation like going from the 3DS to the Switch where it's not really reasonable to make games for both. But like Switch to Switch 2, they're like the exact same system. And plenty of games get versions on both. I feel like it's weird that they're not going to keep supporting the Switch, but also it makes sense. It's got about as many games as systems usually get. So I can see why they're just moving on. And I think ZA was a very smart first game to do for the Switch 2 because it wasn't exclusive. So Switch 1 players can still enjoy. And also, it's not like the new main game. So it works great for a time where people haven't fully adopted the Switch 2 yet. Or were waiting for a Pokemon game as their reason. So it works for now. And they're probably just waiting until it did pick up in sales. Oh, what am I doing? The right looks like a better path. You got to 782 encounters in your sandy guest hunt? Nice. You're depressed by it? I'm sorry. It sucks. I know. You need your Pokemon? Yeah. We all do. I'm looking forward to Generation 10 though, or I guess whatever they reveal next. Surely it would be Generation 10, but honestly, you never know. They might just be like, no, we'll give it another year. You're getting something else stupid. I'm just glad I'm still able to use my OLED reliably. Because while it isn't great in comparison to playing the game on the Switch 2, it's like, whatever. My biggest fear when I got the Switch 2 and started unboxing was like, I'm never going to use my OLED again because this is just going to be better. But I still have reasons to use my OLED because clearly double hunting is a reason. So until I somehow get a second Switch 2 for whatever reason, I think my OLED's safe from retirement. What Pokemon do you wish was real and what one are you glad isn't real? I think my obvious answer has to be Sylveon, wish it was real. And one I'm glad isn't real is Tapu Lele. I can talk trash about it again. I already have the shiny. I don't have to deal with it. I'm glad that's not real. Although I think another cool thing that could exist is Giratina. I'd like that to be real. That's pretty cool. I love Giratina. It's actually one of my favorite legendaries. Used to be my favorite, but it's not really anymore. And that's not something wrong with Giratina. I'm still a fan of Giratina. It's just I like Gen 5 more. You think Kyogre being real would be awesome? Yeah. Kyogre's really cool. Of course, I'm biased. I like Sapphire more. So, of course, I'm going to say Kyogre's cool. Oh, continuing my little fun side quest or whatever of constantly giving updates on things I've ordered that are on their way because I love doing this. Even though I'm sure no one actually cares, I like talking about it. Someone probably just is interested in me talking about stuff, I don't know. 3DS replacement screens, they're coming like Saturday or something, I think. Charging cable for PSP apparently comes tomorrow, which is nice. Battery for PSP apparently is coming tomorrow. That's nice. Adapter for memory stick. It's not tracked. So I just have to hope it shows up. But you know, that might show up. I don't know. And the PSP, hey, it actually is estimated tomorrow. Nice. Anyways, think Kyogre being real would be awesome. I think I already read that. It'll kill us all. I need someone to pinch me because I don't know if today was real or not. And that's me. Huh? Oh, I brain farted reading for a second. My brain sometimes does not think far enough ahead to be like, do you remember every interaction that would tie in to this message before you say anything? Yeah, no, I get it now. Fairy. See, this is a tough position. I don't know what to do because this grass type is not really the best to have. It's more so just passing through. Everyone already has something that's gonna be good for the Bulu. Yeah, I figured. Ideal situation, neither NPC takes this. Worst situation, I just switch off the Gorgeist. It's not like I absolutely need Gorgeist. It has a good move, but that doesn't necessarily mean it is good. Let me Toxic it so I can do even more damage. That's insane damage. It was a critical hit, that's why. That's kind of unfair. But the Blaziken already did its attack, so that's okay. I feel like these things being able to use Dynamax moves, like, it makes sense, but it's not really entirely fair how they get to do it. I feel like it needs to at least have been like 2 or 3 turns, because it's more of a desperation attack than anything. I feel like just opening with that is just unfair. And it's not like you can avoid that by playing online or anything. Because, like, just because you play with other people doesn't necessarily mean you'll have what you need to take it out quicker. Okay, that is actually unfair. It used 2 in a row. That is unfair as well. It should not be allowed to do that. There should be a cooldown. What is it with this game and being unfair? Honestly, don't understand. So I have a car from me. What did I do right? I need to know so I can keep doing it. I think just being yourself is what did it. And that's the easiest thing to keep doing as well. Because it takes like no energy to be yourself. Well, it does take energy to be yourself. But you get what I mean. Like, it's very easy to be yourself. Because you don't really have to think about it. You just do. Oh gosh. Did you know that when you eating hamburger is getting less and less hamburger because you was eating hamburger, and at first it was a full hamburger, but then you take, okay, a bite. Why are you swords dancing? Just say you hate me. Dude, we're getting the band back together. Boom. 4 Pokemon. I'm hoping Blaziken with speed boost and just being really fast can somehow outspeed this thing and just knock it out. Even though it has 2 max airstream boost because it cheated. No one take it? So it seems the NPCs are not the smartest of figures. Acrobatics actually works really well. I didn't think about that. Why are the other two not attacking? Guys, this only works if we all do stuff. Okay, what did you just sit there and do? Boost our attack. The Honedge is going for... No, it's not Honedge, it's Dewblade. The Dewblade is going for Swords Dance, I think. It's gonna have like +3 attack next turn. This is about to be huge. Even though it's not gonna be doing 4 times damage, if it attacks next turn, it's still doing huge damage. What? So now it's a little bit less hamburger, and the reason is because it is oh gosh. This is what I signed myself up for. Oh! The Blaziken used coaching again. Oh my gosh. The damage output if this Honedge gets... It's not Honedge, it's Dewblade. Why do I keep forgetting? If it attacks right now, the damage output is about to be insane. No, no, please, don't do anything yet. Boom! That was nice. Why do I sound disappointed? Hamburgers. I don't know, okay? Maybe it was just because I don't like hamburgers that much. Maybe that's my issue. Oh, I had to clean out my keyboard today. Didn't have to, I chose to, because I saw there was a bunch of like hair and gunk in it. So I had to like get out this tool that came with it to pull out the keys and everything. And I was like, huh, why is this so hard to get them out and everything? I only learned on like the last 4 keys that the design isn't just some weird design choice. It actually splits apart, and the idea is supposed to be it wraps around the key and pulls it up from both sides. I didn't realize that because it doesn't naturally bow apart. So you have to like force it open. But I guess I know for future reference. Anyways, Blaziken. No? I don't really know what shiny Blaziken looks like. Dewblade, no. Serena, no. Tapu Bulu, no. I need to check that because I actually don't know. Okay. Somehow you made them laugh yesterday just for just saying lesbianism. That's a weird word. I won't lie. But it's kind of funny. So I can see how the laughing happened. I still need to get a Necrozma path. My only issue is, like, I know it's tied to story, but I don't know how much you have to do. Because, like, if I have to go through and do like all the Reggie quests and stuff, I'm not doing that because I don't want to catch them all yet because I plan to hunt them. So I might just not be able to do Necrozma for a bit. You can make words sound funny if you say I'm humorously. That's fair. Actually, it might just be worth it because I'm probably going to reset these saves. Well, I mean, that's the intention. Get all the Dynamax Adventure Shinies, reset the saves. After transferring everything safely, don't worry, I'm not just going to immediately reset over all these. But yeah, I don't have to worry about the Reggies too much because they're full odds anyways. Might as well just play through everything else I need to do and get it done. Of course, that does also open up doing Ultra Beasts. But I don't know if I want to do the Ultra Beasts. Because I can already hunt them on the 3DS. That's kind of how my thing is with this. If I don't need to do Shiny Lock removal to hunt them, then I'll just hunt them on 3DS. If I do, then I'm still going to hunt them on here because that way it's at least legit shinies. Everyone's a bit of homosexuality is just a teeny tiny itty bitty microscopic itty tiny little bit. True. They don't admit it, but that's true. My favorite is Kartana, at least right now. I don't know. I'd have to reevaluate them and see if my interests have changed, but Kartana's always been my favorite. Mainly the shiny, because I just really like how the blue pairs with it. I'd have to look at them though, because there are some cool ones. Like Pheromosa's pretty cool. I like how the shiny has like the yoga pants. Poipole, Nihiligo? No. Poipole, Naganadel. That's the two I'm thinking of. Those are pretty cool. I think they're ultra exclusive. But those are really cool. I plan to hunt those at some point. Once I fix my other 3DS. I have to wait though because I need the other screen to come in and it's not here yet. And even then I have to actually be willing to tear the whole thing apart to put one in, which is going to be scary. Especially if it doesn't work. It should work, but if not, I think I'm protected on that. And I can get a new one. I don't know. This is the Ultra Beasts are based off invasive species. What would Kartana be based off? Would Bucephalon be based off? I don't know if they're really invasive species. Because, like, some of them, yeah, but, like, not all of them. So I feel like if at any point more than one does not add up, then it's probably not actually based on that. And I think it's weird to try to then stretch that. And like deforestation, that's not even really a species that's invasive. That's just invasive acts. Clowns, because I guess at the time Sun and Moon originally came out, that was when like the scary clown trend hit the internet. So then the Ultra games probably chased off of that. Yeah, like it's so stupid because I'm reading AI overview, by the way. So this is what, based on everything is out there apparently, is what these are. Ultra Beasts and Pokemon are primarily based on the concept of invasive species, blending real-world organisms like mosquitoes, cockroaches, or jellyfish with sci-fi alien tropes and apocalyptic imagery, often personifying the 7 deadly sins and subverting expectations about natural forms. Blah blah blah. Let's skip to examples of inspirations. These are the invasive species that the Ultra Beasts are based on. Nihilego, a jellyfish, potentially parasitic, with a neurotoxin. Buzzwole, a muscular mosquito, draining energy. Pheromosa, a cockroach, appearing pristine after molting. Zerkatry, Christmas lights or electrical wiring, my favorite invasive species. Celesteela, a rocket ship or dense bamboo. Kartana, origami, paper, or a blade. Again, my favorite invasive species, paper. Guzzlord, a black hole or giant junk-eating monster. I don't think those are invasive species. Christmas lights, a rocket ship, and paper. That's not invasive species. Christmas lights maybe, because they're getting invasive now. People put them up before Thanksgiving, take them down well after New Year's. You're good at origami? Who wants your life savings? You should keep your life savings. I am just describing what they are. And if what they are isn't an invasive species, I don't think they're invasive species. Women do things. That's true. Is there like an equivalent to that? Or does that just not have a holiday? Kartana looks like it would be tasty. I'm scared of Kartana. Not in like a bad way. I'm just scared of the power it has, because apparently, like, according to its lore and everything, like, even though it's itty bitty, tiny little dude, it is insanely strong. Like, it can cut through a lot, which is insane to me. Like, a little origami dude has the ability to cut through stuff that a lot of tools can't even cut through, which is insane. Kartana looks like it can cut you into pieces in your sleep. It probably can. I need to eventually get around to hunting Ultra Beasts. I remember at one point I tried to do Stakataka and Blacephalon in the Ultra games. I need to go back to that hunt and actually commit to it. I think the hardest thing with it is you have to make a choice if you want to hunt them, because if you want to hunt them, it's either you do it then and there or whenever you decide to come back to the area, and you do it full odds, or you can get the charm and wait to do it after you get the charm, but you can no longer catch anything that anything that spawns in that area. You're not allowed to catch. You have to trade for them, because once you enter, I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to leave the area until all the Ultra Beast stuff is taken care of. Kartana looks like it can cut you into pieces in your sleep. It probably can. You don't know why, but you find phrases like potato chips or couch kind of cringe. Kartana's made of paper, but its base defense stat is like stupidly high. Well, I mean, there's also the trade-off of its special defense is nothing. So, like, any special attacking fire move does one-shot Kartana. Even in Dynamax adventures, and, like, that's an actual thing. If you have a special attacking fire type, like Salazzle, I've done this before, it nearly one-shots with Flamethrower. That's how frail Kartana is. You can literally one-shot it if you really wanted to. You type too fast. That happens to the best of us. Let's hippo. I'm looking forward to doing a badge quest in these games, because I've already played these games so much since their release, just with them being my first game and everything. And I've already said I'm never doing a normal playthrough of these games again, because I just can't. The story is the only thing that really got me through them a lot of the time, which is kind of sad. So yeah, I don't really like playing through these games that much, so I am definitely going to be doing a badge quest in this. Okay, is it wrong to call them my girlfriend or Ray? I don't know how relationships work. I think as long as you're just referring to this as a whole to other people, that's fine. But if you were to like refer like directly using those terms, I feel like you might want to wait a bit just to make sure it feels right, because really you'll know when the time is right. It'll just feel right. There's not really an exact point where it's like, okay, now we can use these words. It's just whenever it feels right. How do Kartana even breed? I have no idea. Absolutely. Not in-game, but as we know, in-game is limited because it's an RPG and it needs to be fair. They can't just have legendaries be insanely overpowered just because they're legendaries. But In universe, yes, absolutely. I think there's even something I feel like I've seen. Don't quote me on this either, but I feel like I've seen this where like that's actually a thing Cartana do is like they will get into battles with each other. And I think they do actually have the ability to slice each other. Like that's how strong they are. I don't know if that's true, if I'm just saying that I think that's true and I thought I saw it. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. What if Blacephalons could swap heads? They probably could, but it wouldn't be like truly swapping heads. Like, you know, if I, not me, if I had two Blacephalon and they swapped heads, then like they would have the swapped heads, but I think each Blacephalon would still experience life through their original head. So like they would just be being moved around by the other one's body. No Raichu. Shiny Salazzle. No way. Oh my gosh. Shiny Salazzle. That makes me happy. Now, I don't know if there's two shinies that we're about to have. You know, Vikavolt, however you want to say that. Or Tapu Bulu might still be shiny. We have to see. No. Tapu Bulu. No. Alright. Let me update this. So, Tapu Lele. Yes! Yes! Oh my gosh. Wait, this is so good. This was the other condition I had. I wanted it to shine fast and get replaced quickly. Tapu Lele is officially done. It's gone. We never have to look at that thing again. Don't expect the video reaction for Salazzle anytime soon, though. I can promise that much, because I still have to do the Feeny and Lele one, and that's not happening for at least a week. Maybe two. Depends on when I get the time to work on it. Okay, I'm actually going to be like right back, so there's that. Let me see, do I have a be right back screen? Okay, there we go. I'm back. I can do one run and then I'll have to do another be right back. I got just enough time to do one run of this before my food is ready and I have to go grab that again. Okay, let's see. It's fun. I have no interest. Yeah, okay. I have most of the Switch games anyway. Only BDSP and Zaza left. I have no idea what the conversation is. I'm sure there's probably more before that. If I had to guess something about ZA and BDSP, I don't know. You have 2 of your favorite shinies? Nice. I have one of my favorite shinies. No, I have 2. I do have Absol and Sophia. That's going to be fun. At some point, I would like to get back into hunting in ZA just casually. Because there are some hunts I want to do. Because I don't really feel like fully committing anymore to my living decks I'm doing. I feel like just hunting whatever I want now. You have Shiny Aladino and Shafa Lopunny. Nice. Alucha is your favorite shiny. Nice. It's always fun hearing what people like. Because, you know, every Pokemon is someone's favorite. Every shiny is someone's favorite. Oh, so funny story actually. I have a story about the PSP I ordered. So, it's not coming from America, it's coming from Canada, so it does have to go through like crossing the border and everything, you know, it has to do all that. And it is in America now, which is great. But around the time it got to where it needed to be to cross over and everything, there was like an outage or whatever, or something went wrong with the tracking on it. So it went into this weird state where the tracking available went away on it, and it just acted like it wasn't even shipped. And it was like, yeah, there's an issue right now. You can check with the people actually delivering it to see if there's any updates that we haven't got yet, but yeah, there's that. And so I was like, okay, this could literally show up whenever. But apparently, after reading into it, it literally just meant they weren't able to accurately show me where it was yet. But it was still on the way. And now it's estimated to come tomorrow. Well, between tomorrow and the 20th. But I think the 20th was a safety net. So it's probably coming tomorrow still. Which makes me happy. Because all the other stuff I'm getting for it should be coming tomorrow too. Which is going to be fun when everything I ordered comes on the exact same day. But at least that means I don't have to deal with things going wrong or whatever. Or I guess having to wait for other things to show up. Anyways, not Garchomp. Hey, someone might like Garchomp. You never know. One of my favorite shinies is Gengar. I'm not even kidding. Now, unfortunately, it got screwed over starting in Generation 6, but if you look at the sprites for it back before we went 3D, gosh, it looks so much better. And it's just because the saturation on everything got turned like way down for 3D. Like, I'm pretty sure I saw this guy who went through and like adjusted shiny and normal Pokemon's saturation. And just by doing a slight shift in that, they were so much more noticeable. Regice as well, because, yes, I say Regice. Every other Pokemon is Regi blank. It's not fair for Regice. I caught Regice. Especially because that's what its name is supposed to be. We're living a lie. It's a mistranslation. Anyways. I'm actually really good at spotting shiny Regice. I say that, and I know the second I go to hunt it, I'm not going to spot it. But that was something I was really good at. Because I've hunted it twice so far as not double hunts. I hunted it once. No, I did hunt it twice. Both were single hunts. So the first one I did was in Sword when the DLC first dropped. I really wanted it because it's my favorite Reggie. So I went for it. I don't remember how long it took, but I noticed like the second it showed up, I'm like, that's a shiny. That one looks different, and it was. Square shiny, by the way. I was lucky. I'm so special. Yeah, I noticed that one, and then I ended up getting Ultra Moon, and I hunted it there. I'm pretty sure the Hoenn Trio is in both versions, but I only hunted it in Ultra Moon. Again, same thing. I was hunting it, and I'm like, that's a shiny, and it was. You were watching a guest fake shiny video and you did surprisingly well. What do you think ghost type would taste like? I don't think it would taste like anything. See, guess the shiny things are interesting for me. I've seen them, but it's either like guess the shiny as in this is for people who literally have no clue what shiny Pokemon are or whatever. And it's like, yeah, these are like 2 or 3 variations on the shiny. And if you know about shiny Pokemon, you know what the shiny looks like. It's very obvious. And the others are just things that could be the shiny because it looks different. Or there's the ones that are actually hard, but they're cheating hard. It's not like, oh, these are all very convincing. It's, all of these are the shiny, but we changed one minute detail. So it's less of a which is the shiny and more of a spot the difference. Because, like, they're all the shiny. You just changed one small detail to say, oh, actually, that's not the shiny because this doesn't change. Like, no, it's spot the difference. Okay, Starmie I don't actually need, so they can take it. It's 4 different Pokemon in shiny form, but one is alt. Yeah, see, that's not even a true which is the shiny. That's just spot the difference. Because, like, you don't need to actually... Like, the whole idea is supposed to be which one is the shiny. Not, we changed one small detail. These are all the shiny otherwise. Like, I'm not wrong. They are all the shiny. You just changed something. Yeah, those ones annoy me more because it's like, you think you are just so clever doing this. It's like, no. You're just being cheap. It's Friday for you? Wow. Lucky. I still have to wait for Friday. I'm hoping whatever insane sleep schedule I had last night, I can get that again today. Because I woke up at like... Oh, it was so good. I woke up at like 11 for me. Because I was up until like 2 a.m. doing... I actually have no clue what. Like, genuinely, if you ask me what I was up to, I have no clue. I don't know where the time went. I just existed. Like, I remember I did the Lele hunt, and I have no clue what I did after that. Oh, no, I do know. I just watched YouTube because I had to troubleshoot with my computer. That's what I did. Forgot about that. Yeah, I had to do a whole, like, 2-hour scan of all my files just to make sure there wasn't like any malware or anything affecting my computer. But it's good. I figured out my problem that happened. I should be safe. It was literally just an issue of, yeah, sometimes if you overwhelm the computer enough, it has no clue what to do. So that's what happened. I just have to be more careful going forward. You have to be able to watch more than an hour stream. I'm really sorry about that. I wish it was more convenient for you. But I do have to also structure this around my life because I am unfortunately not able to do this full time yet. Maybe someday in the future that'll be a possibility. And then we won't have to worry about time zones. I'll just be like live the whole day. That is my dream goal. At some point to just be able to do something like that. Even if it's only once a week. I would love to be able to do that. That sounds so fun. And then it's actually like, you know, you don't get to watch the full thing obviously because of time zones still, but like it has more available for people in other time zones. You're not mad, you just need to fix your sleep schedule. Yeah, that's part of what I'm doing too. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. And this is just part of it. Because if things work out after all this, it should work to where as soon as I finish, I can get ready, go to bed, and I'll be able to wake up in time to go to classes. I'm excited for tomorrow, even if I'm not moving on to Coco. Which, I don't care. I'm happy to hunt Bulu for a while. But I'm excited because I get to do an extra hour of hunting. Which is going to be great for getting encounters at least. You're going to sleep now. We'll be here next week. Alright, take care. Have a good rest. Boop, boop. Max ooze. Max ooze. Oh, I grabbed this Dusclops. Still thinking, oh, ghost type. That's good for Lele. Forgetting I'm not on Lele. I think one of my fingernail. See, I'm weird about fingernail growth. Like, I want them to be equal, but I think one of my thumbs has grown slightly longer than the other. And I can't tell. It kind of bothers me. I smell my food. I don't know why I stopped mid-sentence. I think I was about to cough. Yeah, I smell my food. Yay, it's almost ready. I can almost eat. I'm starving. I'm not surprised. You brought a water type to a grass type fight. You had the option to switch for a poison type. I do not feel bad for you whatsoever. And it's down because Bulu's 4 times weak to poison. Can I get back-to-back shinies? Let's see. I don't even know what I'd want from this one if it's not Bulu. Because, like, typically with them, I'm able to be like, okay, even if I don't get what I want, there's this that I'd be happy to get shiny. But I don't really feel that with anything. Maybe the quillfish that we fought. Yeah, I don't really, like, feel that strongly towards anything. Alright, Emolga, no. Starmie, no. Quillfish, no. Tapu Bulu, no. I'm trying to see if my food's ready first, because, like, if it is, then I am not starting this one just yet. I'm gonna sit here and chill. That's what I'm gonna do. Check out whatever PlayStation app wants me to know. Final Fantasy X, I need to get back on that. I haven't played it in a few days, but I need to. Maybe I'll play that tomorrow, because if my sleep schedule works out right, then I should have the whole day cleared for that, or at least until noon, or whenever PSP stuff arrives, assuming that does arrive. Games are on sale on my wish list, apparently. I never buy any of these half time because a lot of them have physical releases, and I prefer physical games. Metaphor is on sale. Keep forgetting I need to buy that, but I just don't. I can't justify it. I have too many games to play first. Elden Ring is still on here. I put that on there forever ago because I had friends who were like, if you ever get a PS5 or a better computer, we should all play Elden Ring. Still waiting for us to do that. I have Octopath Traveler, even though I think those are technically Switch games or better played on Switch or something. I don't know. SMT3 is on sale. I don't think that has a physical version, so I might be tempted to buy that digital. The Parappa. Why is Parappa the Rapper 1 more expensive than 2? I almost said cheaper, but no, it's more expensive. Because I'm pretty sure, at least from what I've seen, the first game is like shorter or whatever. Or at least the second game just has more to the story elements. I don't know. I need to play those games at some point. They look fun. Legend of Dragoon. I can't wait to play that. I've heard that's like a really good game, actually. Let's see. They have some weird games on here. I'm not gonna lie. Resident Evil Requiem. I've never played a Resident Evil. Okay, I will be right back once again. I feel guilty about it, but not really. Alright. I can actually continue hunting now. I have food. I have food. I could keep hunting. First time I've used my Be Right Back screen in forever. I need to make a new one. Maybe. I mean, it works fine for what it is. Why are these games not connecting? Maybe I should have just let these work together to connect. There you go. Take the Charmeleon. Wow. This is terrible. We're cooked. Alright. Darkest Lariat. Why not? That's always sad when I see that move, because, like, that was Incineroar's signature move, and then, like, the very next generation, they made it, like, a TM or something, and now so many things can learn it. Has any other starter had that happen? I'm curious now. I wonder if any other starters have lost out on a signature move just because of future generations. Okay, interesting. Several star Pokemon have had their signature moves distributed over the Pokemon, most notably in the Gen 3 stars, Sceptile's Leaf Blade, Blaziken's Blaze Kick, Swampert's Mighty War. Those were signature moves? I thought those were, like, always, like, Leaf Blade, Blaze Kick? I could not see those being exclusive. I feel like those are, like, from the moment they're introduced. Okay. So there have been a few. That's good to know. Never trust the rentals. Boom. That's how you do it. Don't trust the rental for your own purposes. It's going to be bad. Trust it for NPC purposes, though. Totally. Now, my biggest fear is that the Garbodor is going to switch. I don't like that idea. Because if it switches, I'm cooked. But for now, I think I'm fine. It's not going to switch here because I'm switching. But the next one, that's when it's really up to whatever. Dang it. I wish I could use round more effectively. I remember my first impression of, not Dynamax Adventures, but like the regular raid dens. I remember I was watching someone play it, and they used the spread move that also hit the party members or whatever. I think it was like discharge or something. I don't know. I just remember that the group was on their last life or something. Or he knocked out everything to get them down to 0. But he also knocked out the target. So it was funny because I remember we were like, what? That's not fair. We beat it though. Which does seem kind of unfair because I feel like if you beat something, it should just count as a win. But I guess that makes sense. So you don't do something stupid that's like, yes, this gives me the win, but some overpowered, like self-destruct or something. So I guess I can see how it works, but like, I don't like it. Let's see which game gets it. Knew it. Oh, the last Pokemon's pretty good too. So, I guess I'll switch on the other game, and then everything will be good. Unfortunately, I should have switched the other way around, because Crocodile would have been better to have for a steel type, but it's whatever. I'm fine with this. Oh, I have Burning Jealousy. I didn't even realize that. Okay, this might not be too bad. I always thought it had Flamethrower. I I guess I was wrong on what fire type move I had. Again, what is it with these things and using their Dynamax move? That doesn't seem fair. Like, you are not in a position to where that should be fair for you to use. But sure, I guess. Okay, this is actually working out pretty well for us. Never mind. And it uses another Dynamax. That's not fair. That is not fair. I also love how it waited until the second it got put to sleep to decide to do all that. I feel like for these things, they really should only be allowed like one max move per battle. Maybe two, but it has to be like at desperation points, the 5-turn and 10-turn marks. Alright, that wasn't too bad. I guess I just gotta hope that I don't got like 2 lives. Grassy Surge, woohoo. As expected. I don't know if that prevents any statuses or if it's literally just healing. But I am not going to try to figure that out. I'm just going to spam Acid Spray. Okay, it said it avoided the attack, not that it was protected from it. So I think we're safe to use statuses. Oh, it's poison. Okay, I think 2 poison type attackers plus a steel type attacker. We're definitely getting this done in 2 turns. Oh wow, Hex does a lot of damage. Oh, it was a crit, that's why. Still, that did a lot. That's like way more than I expected. I was expecting us to need like a poison move to do that much. I didn't think Hex would do that much. Honestly, I'm glad Hypnosis failed still, because I think the poisoning would have been a better status to have on it anyways. Because yes, it's still awake and can attack us, but I think that Garbodor had things planned. Anyways. Lickitung, no. Skuntank, no. Berserker, no. Tapu Bulu, no. Alright. On to the next one, which is the one after the one I just did. It's the next one. Go on. Connect. Okay. That was actually quicker than it normally does. Okay, Porygon's decent. Octillery is decent. Actually, no, it's not. It's very bad, actually. I don't want Octillery. Okay, what they have is actually really good. So I think my biggest priority here is just switching the Octillery. Which, if I can find a decent path... There's a Steel type and a Butterfree. If I knew what that Steel type was... I think Butterfree might be the better option. Yeah, Butterfree seems to be a better option. Because I think we just have more to take care of this route. My only issue is I can't remember for the life of me if Frostmoth is bug attacks or ice attacks. I think it's bug. But I think it has a single flying type. So as long as it has a flying type move, it's okay. As long as it has something super effective against the Tapu Bulu, I really don't care what it's doing. I can check it real quick, I think, if it wants to load. Okay, let me see what you're rocking. Can I see, or do I need to see your summary? Pokemon. Okay, it has Hurricane, which isn't great, but that's there. It has Weather Ball, so if I wanted to set up Hailstorm, which might actually end up happening during the Bulu fight, it'll have good options. And I think that's the most important thing. Just making sure I have good options. And honestly, if this path proves good enough, I might reset on it for a bit. Because, first of all, I'm already so far in to where I think the fact that I don't have 999 doesn't really hurt me. Because it's not like... I don't know. It's not gonna hurt me too much to reset before having 999 now. But also, there's a good chance I find a shiny on... Okay, to be fair, the right game will probably find one deck, so it won't matter then. Like, if the left game finds a shiny at any point, then I'm probably going to go back to playing normal for a bit until I get another good path. So, works out. Acrobatics. Boom. Hurricane. Boom. Why are we wasting Hurricane? Because that's like the only thing you have, actually. Never mind. That's unfortunate. Poor Frostmoth. And big damage, it's knocked out, and then I just win. And I do the next fight. Because that's the strat. That was kind of an unfortunate situation, honestly. I wish I could have just got away with no one switching, but an NPC wanted it, and I can't allow it, so... It sucks, but that's the case. Why can't there be, like, some status curing berries in there? Like, it just has to be health. There's a variety. Surely if we dig through, we can find some stuff. It would actually be very helpful if some of them could also do stuff like restore moves. Get a Lepa berry or two in there. But no. It's just healing, I guess. Let's see. What do I want to do? The same thing I've been doing, because I don't have any other options. Okay. Bolt Hunt. This would actually be really nice to get shiny. I haven't hunted Bolt Hunt or Yamper, as far as I'm aware. Don't take it on the Porygon game. See what they're doing. Okay, yeah, we're switching. Actually, I don't know why that wasn't more immediate of a yes, because I actually need that to take on the Butterfree. Boom, boom. What's better? I'll do Ice Beam because it can freeze, and freezes are always good because they're just a good status condition. They actually at least guarantee it doesn't get to attack. Although I don't think it'll matter. It might just get knocked out here anyways with how much damage we do. Oh, it got the freeze. Nice. Oh, I thought it was about to just knock it out anyways and then completely invalidate the freeze. Okay. Now I need to spam A on the right controller because I think that's the only way I can beat the glitch or whatever. Make sure it doesn't happen at all. Because if I'm always confirming, then I think I should be able to get the confirmation in before it decides I don't get to switch. Boom. I got it in. Tapu Bulu. Yeah, get your Grassy Surge out. It's fair. Get download in, yeah. But let me do my thing. Please, I beg, I beg, I beg, I beg. Yes, actually, no, I need to do this. Even though Venoshock is 4 times and is arguably a better thing to then get Dynamax on. I feel like Butterfree's too, like, it's just too frail to justify using my Dynamax on it. I think Porygon is the more stable option, and I got it first anyways. Plus these fights don't take very long, so might as well. Woodhammer. Oh. Everything I said about Butterfree and why I chose Porygon, and then Porygon goes and almost gets one shot. It's fine. I can't max guard, I don't think, because I think all 4 moves are attacks. That sucks. Okay. Oh. Does the grassy terrain heal the same percentage that the hail does? Because if so, it's just neutral. As long as the hail isn't enough damage to KO anything, nothing's gonna get knocked out by it. or I guess nothing's gonna be harmed by it more likely, because still gonna take damage, but you'll get healed right after. So yeah. Ooh, that was a good choice as far as I'm concerned. Bad choice on its part, but that was a good choice for me. And I think, does this knock it out? Please. I think that did. Yes. That was weird. It didn't count my first press. Whatever. Number 16. And 15, technically. Alright. I got my shiny stretch in, which should be good luck. I'm gonna get a shiny now. Whalmer, no. Boltund, no. Butterfree, no. Tapu Bulu, no. Oh, that was very much red. I did not get a shiny. But that's fine, because I get to do it again! Yay, let's do it again! Alright. Lock in. Alright, let's go. None of these are really good, so I'll use the logic of take the worst thing available. Okay, pretty good. Only 2 things that really need to be swapped. The NPC is on its own. I'm just saying that right now. It's on its own. Because I can't force it to switch. I'll give it the best route I can for options, but it's on its own. Because Galarian Wheezing, it's going to give me a poison type to work with. And then the next thing is a steel type. That would be great if something wants to take it and not switch afterwards. I like how Alchemy is actually good for 2 Tapus I've done so far. Because it has its... Hold on, before I speak, I need to see... Yeah, it has Magical Leaf for Feeny. It has Mystical Fire for Bulu, which is really nice coverage. What does Decorate do? Raises attack, special attack... Okay, why would it default to targeting the opponent then? Max Quake. That's unfortunate, because I know that would be good for when I do Coco, but this is a water type, which is weak to electric. But I don't need to worry about Coco anyways. I'm nowhere near doing it, I think. I just need to worry about Bulu, and if I happen to move on to Coco, then I'll figure it out then. Right now I'm fine. Not concerned whatsoever. Alright. Max Quake, and I guess Decorate again, I don't know. I'm not an expert at any of this. in case it's not clear. So Leo Master, hi, how's it going? House hunting, it's going good. I got a Salazzle, which was great for me. It got to knock Lele off the layout, which was amazing. Does that mean I got Feeny? It does, actually. I did get them both. They both happened last session. I got the Feeny, the very first Dynamax adventure I did. So I moved on to Lele. And then 20 Lele's in, I got the shiny. It was great. I'm really happy with that. I was hoping Bulu might continue the streak, but I don't know. Hopefully, thank you, I appreciate that. Hopefully it does. Because I would love to move on to Coco. No hate for Bulu, though. I love Bulu. Lele is the only one I don't really like. Okay, that's actually good damage we're getting on this thing. I'm very happy with that, actually. Another turn. I shouldn't be wasting my... No, it's fairy moves. I'm allowed to waste them. Okay, this is where... Oh, okay. I guess that's not how that's gonna work. I was hoping Dratini actually would get to switch there because it needs to switch. It has the worst thing, please. Okay, I'm actually in a pretty good spot to fight this thing. I just hope the Duraludon doesn't switch. I know it's going to, probably, but I hope it doesn't. Because it has something that's actually good. Mystical Fire. How much does that do? That does pretty good damage, actually. I mean, it's a Tangela. I don't know how much damage I expected it to do. But, oh, wait. I didn't even watch that one. That knocked it out, didn't it? Yeah, of course it did. I don't know why it wouldn't, but, yeah. Okay, catch it. Yay, please don't switch. Please don't switch. I beg. I'm gonna be so annoyed. How many Bulu have I done today? Oh gosh, that's a good question. I think I've already done 10. Because I think I ended yesterday after doing 6 of them, so I think I'm at 10. This is gonna be hitting 12 done today. Because it'll be 18 total after this one. Don't take it with wheezing, please. How did I know? How did I know? I'm just going to take it on my second. Because I'd rather an NPC has something good. Because if I have something that's iffy, then that's whatever. I can work around it. NPCs are stupid, and they're going to do stupid things if they have something weak. Okay, Body Slam might actually be pretty good because it does damage, it might paralyze. So I think that puts me in all the right places for this fight. Oh, that knocked it out. It didn't even die to a fairy move. That's how bad that thing is for this. It doesn't even need to be hit by someone super effective, and it dies. It had Blizzard, so it's not like a terrible Pokemon to have, but like, it's just too frail. I don't know why they put... Some of these are stupid. Like, I hate all the Pokemon that are base forms or middle forms instead of just their final form. Like, all the Kanto starters. Why not just have them fully evolved? Tangela. Tangrowth. Give us Tangrowth. Whalmer. Okay, that's actually maybe more fair than not. But, like, it's stupid. I think it's stupid, at least. I wish they... I get maybe the idea of, like, their evolved forms would be too broken or whatever. Like, it's too powerful. We can't give you that. Then just don't give me anything at all. I'd almost rather not have the bad things at all than get them as their better form. Like, I don't care if I don't have access to that line. Just don't give me it. Oh, there goes Duraludon. Oh gosh, am I even gonna beat this? No, it's gonna knock out. Oh, it didn't. Please, please, please. Blizzard hit. No. Okay, do I get to Dynamax or something? Paralyze, please. It didn't paralyze, I already know, because it stalls forever. I can Dynamax, okay. If things go as I want them to, and it doesn't cheat, I can Dynamax Maxus. I don't know if this is going to work out, but I need it to. I need it to bad. I want to beat this thing. This path actually has good Pokemon. It's just terrible planning. Everything wants to swap to bad things. Probably would have won if the Bulu, not Bulu, if the, what is it called? Duraludon didn't want to switch at all. Because then we would have had 3 things with something good, and the thing that's bad and holding us back right now, Dragonair, wouldn't have been on our team, because it would have switched probably. But no, I don't have full control over that. And I don't have 4 switches to get control. Oh, you don't use Blizzard just because it didn't, oh, okay. It's fine, I beat it. That's all good. Okay, let me just increment the counter. And I should be good. Catch. Where's my luxury balls? There. Okay. Bulu number 18. Alright. Hold on, I have to wait for it to load, because the Switch one is slow. Okay. No. 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 Tapu Bulu. No. Okay. That's expected. Alright. Let's see how long these 2 take to join. Ooh, pretty quick that time. Really good options. Wow. Take heat more. Take heat more. Okay. Still, that is like a really good group setup. Oh! Okay, it's good, but with flaws, because there's 2 great things, but then everything is bad at the end. So, I can take a good path. And I think at the end, I might just have to be willing to risk losing something good. Now, there is also very much a chance that nothing swaps at the last Pokemon, but knowing the fact that it's a bad Pokemon, no matter which way I go, I know something's going to want to swap. Because that's how NPCs are. They swap until they get the worst possible thing, and then they refuse to swap for anything better. They actively sabotage. And it's not fair. Sometimes they do smart things, but the only time they do smart things is when the other NPCs sabotage. Like, there was one time on Feeny, one of the NPCs took Magmar into the final battle, and it took a whole extra work of giving it an ability that would make it immune to water type attacks from another NPC just to make sure we didn't die. I just realized I'm using Clear Smog. I need to stop doing that. I need to save that move. I need that for the Bulu. Honestly, I shouldn't even be concerned on if anything wants to swap at that last Pokemon because, like, it's not gonna save anything about the run because they're gonna die regardless, I think. Okay, that's not terrible. Honestly, I think the best thing that can happen here is just I take the Ivysaur anyways, because that way I'll have control over the two poison types, and then it doesn't matter what anyone else has, because I'll still be doing most of the damage. And again, it's clear that NPCs just die in one shot regardless of what they have most of the time. So, oh, they didn't swap, wow. Yeah, I just think I need to prepare myself to take this on. Because you already know an NPC is going to take that water type. What is it going to be? Like Pyukumuku, I think, is the one that doesn't have the scientist camping behind it. Or would I rather... No, it's too much. It's too much. I shouldn't risk that. I was going to say, oh, but the scientist could have something good. But no, because that just means the other NPC is getting a second opportunity to switch. And I think I'd rather just have the one, because then, regardless of which NPC switches, one of them is still going to have something good, I hope. I don't know, though. Okay, we're doing pretty good damage to this thing, actually. Might go down faster than I thought. I mean, we all have something super effective, so I think that definitely helps. Oh, I thought it would go down. Yeah, I think this is the best route, because it doesn't give a double opportunity to switch, which is good. And honestly, the NPCs are just out of my control anyways. Best case scenario, no one takes it. Middle, neutral case, whatever, is Mashana, whatever that is, switches, and the, I guess, of, I don't know, did I say worst case already? I don't know. Worst case would be we lose the Magmar, because that's actually pretty good. Okay, this is... Oh, okay, Solar Beam made up for it. Never mind. I was going to say this damage output is underwhelming. To be fair, I also did say let's go for Pyukumuku. And this thing's whole point is doing counterattacks and stuff. Like, it doesn't have an actual attacking move, I'm pretty sure. I think the only attacking move, put that heavily in air quotes, that it got is like counter, but when you Dynamax, because that becomes Max Knuckle. Because it's not classified as like a status move or whatever that. Because there's like the 3 move types. There's physical, special, and I think status is the other one. I don't know. Yeah, counter is technically a physical attack. It just doesn't have a damage listed because its damage is based on how much you take. Which reminds me, actually, I'm interested in Wobbuffet as a Pokemon. I was very fond of it because of the one Team Rocket always had. So it's always been a Pokemon that, like, interested me. No one swapped! Yes! But yeah, it always interested me as a Pokemon because, like, in game, like, its main ways of doing damage, I'm pretty sure, are counter and mirror coat. I don't know if it has any physical attacks. It might. But I think, like, its whole purpose is supposed to be, like, it's one of those kind of, like, punching bags where, like, you hit it, goes down, then it flings right back up at you, and that's where it does its damage from just recoiling. Such a cool design. I don't know what other moves it gets. I'm trying to mix multiple words together now. I would love to take a look at it someday and see what it does as like an actual Pokemon. I've always been interested in using one in a playthrough, but I've never had the convenience. I think this game actually makes it very easy to get one. But I think the times I've had as an option, I might have caught it, tried it, and like, okay, no, this is kind of bad. And then not used it. This is going to do like big damage, right? Surely it does. I got 2 poison types. One of which is Dynamax. And then a fire type. And then something that's just kind of there for emotional support. I don't think... Oh, I didn't even realize that also has a poison type. We got 4... Not 4. We got 3 poison type moves. I guess it's smart enough. I assume that's why it used that. Because it's smart enough to realize it does more damage. By being 4 times. Even though I think fire moves would probably do more because they have higher base powers. And stab. See, I don't know if the higher base power and stab make up enough damage to cancel out the power you get from Clear Smog being 4 times. I don't know. This will be a nice 2-turner. And now I know how this route plays out, so I could very easily reset it if I want to. Oh yeah. Big damage. Okay. Let's see. It's number 20. Last time I got to number 20 on one of these, it was shiny. It was Lele. So, let's see now if Tapu Bulu wants to share the same luck and end up also being shiny on the 20th. I doubt it, because I don't think I'm that lucky. I still think I have a good while to go. But I guess an upside is I'm probably going to at least get to 40 today, which would be great. Unless it just starts absolutely destroying me, that is. Anyways. Magmar, no. Ivysaur, no. Bukumuku, unfortunately no. I kind of like this thing. And Tapu Bulu, no. Okay. That's fair. It's actually completely fair. I did not expect it to give me the shiny. None of these are good. I'll take Pukumuku and Slowbro, I think, because those are like the worst things there. Okay, the Unpheasant is like actually the best thing there, which is kind of sad. I mean, Slowbro's okay, but it still has the weakness. Okay, Poison type, perfect. Cradilly has poison moves, which is also good. And then I think there's like Blossom or something as the grass type. I don't know. A very colorful path, actually. Alright. I forgot you don't have attacks. That's going to suck. Actually, I can do very good damage against the Roselia here. Can't Toxic, so I guess I'll Taunt? I don't know. Taunt would be great if that meant it would also target me. Oh, this thing is very weak, it seems. It's just dying. I don't know if that's good for me or not, but it's whatever. You're back? Nice. Welcome back. Also, I apologize if I have to keep muting. I was doing that a bit. I apologize if I have to keep muting and unmuting for a bit. I'm just trying to minimize any unwanted background noise, because there's stuff going on and these walls are like paper thin. So it's very easy. You got cotton candy ice cream with cotton balls from Walgreens. Are the cotton balls inside the cotton candy ice cream? Or are you just describing two individual purchases that you happen to get together? This thing doesn't even have a poison move. Bruh. I'm gonna get Bulu as the second to last one of today, just so I could start Coco and get first try and back to back with Bulu. That would be great. I would love if that happened. That'd actually be really great, because I would get the shinies and be able to move on to my next hunts. And it would also be really hype. And I could... Okay, I want opinions. So, as of this exact moment, my plan is the next video is going to be the 2-in-1 reaction, because it's the Tapu Fini reaction, but then also since Tapu Lele happened, I'm going to have Tapu Lele after it, both in the same thing. That's my goal right now. But I'm thinking maybe it might be worth it to delay that until I get Bulu and Coco and then combine all 4 into just one thing. I don't know. I feel like that's going to be too much, because right now, the way I have it planned, there's like a whole introduction segment and like additional talking before the shiny reactions. And I feel like that, and then 4 reactions plus phases as well, if I decide to leave those in. I feel like that's just too much. Of course, I could take phases out, but then they'd have to... It just doesn't work, because I'm trying to keep things chronological or whatever. So I might just go ahead with the 2-in-1 thing and then move on. I also had the idea that it might be more optimal to just start Coco on the right game, and while each one only gets 1 per Dynamax venture, I have to focus on 2 separate things. I'd at least be hunting. It's like a little race. I probably won't do that. Yesent? What does yesent mean? Are you eating the cotton balls too? They give... Oh my... Are cotton balls edible? Please tell me cotton balls are edible. Oh my gosh. Please tell me cotton balls are edible. I'm worried. Oh gosh. I mean, I get it. They give it the cotton candy texture. But at that point, you really should just buy cotton candy. Mayhaps. Gosh. This upsets me. I think you should keep them separate. You like the videos and don't want to have to delay the next one. Yeah, I'm thinking I'll just keep them as I'm planning right now. Bulu and Coco hopefully getting 1 each. Unless Coco and Bulu do the same thing. I don't think that's gonna happen again, but it might. Honestly, though, it might actually work out like that. I don't know, actually. See, I'm indecisive, because... Okay. I'm thinking today, with the time I have left, I'm gonna get to 40 for Bulu. Because... if I do what I plan to do... then they're kind of chewy and don't like rip apart, but so good. Oh, okay, sure. Okay, whatever. But yeah, I'm definitely hitting 40 on Bulu. Maybe I can get enough time to go past that a little, like 44, 46, I'm saying. That's where I think I'll get tonight. And then tomorrow, I'll be even going an hour longer with that session. So, my thoughts there being that I'm going to get to the 40 area with Bulu tonight. And then tomorrow, since I'll have like 6 hours of hunting, that's going to be like really good for me. Because I'm going to get at least to 60 for sure, probably even farther. And if my prediction is right, if my prediction is right and I get it where I think I will, then it should happen tomorrow. And then that gives me time to immediately start working on Coco. And I don't think Coco is going to happen fast. I think Coco might be another one that goes up to odds. Maybe not 2 odds, but I'd say like 80 to 90 somewhere. That's my prediction for the hunts at least. Because I think that way, you know, it's early enough to where it's like, oh yes, another under odds hunt, but it's not like insanely early to where they're all happening like first try. I think that's a good place to be, personally. But I think also with how I'm gonna start doing these, it's definitely more reliable for getting encounters. Because I was doing it where it's like, oh, I go to 20 or whatever, and then I end regardless of how long I go. But I think now I'm going to be able, especially because I'm already planning on going longer by default, I think that's going to work out way better for me. What ice cream flavor would you think would taste good as a Pokemon? Pure ice. Slowbro, mind candy, select bubblegum, and you don't know. I'd love to imagine like Pokemon themed ice cream flavors. Like the Tapus. I'm sure those would taste amazing as ice creams. I feel like Lele would just straight up be bubblegum. Maybe another flavor. I don't know. Bulu would be pineapple. I've never had pineapple ice cream. Although I've never really had pineapple much of anything. I think I had like a pineapple fruit juice once. That might be like the closest to anything pineapple I've ever really consumed. Lele would be strawberry. I could see that. Feeny blue raspberry. That's what I was thinking. Blue something. And then Coco would be orange. That makes sense. I 100% can see all of those. I think Feeny would be coconut. That actually makes sense because like coconut water. Which, by the way, what is coconut water? Is it like the water out of a coconut? Or is it just water with a coconut flavor? Or is it something else and it just has that as its name for some reason? I don't know. If I knew, that would be cool. But I don't know. Coconut ice cream is so freaking yum. I've never had coconut ice cream. I've had like actual coconut though, like coconut shavings and stuff, and oh, I love coconut. It's so good. Coconut. I could like get like the shavings or whatever of coconut and just pick it up, like pick up a handful, drop it in my mouth. Pick up another handful, drop it in my mouth. Stuff is so good. It's water that comes from coconut. Okay, I figured. That made the most sense given its name. I think it'd be cool if like they were almost two flavors even. Of course, it would have to be two good flavors. I feel like it doesn't work if the flavors don't pair well. But you get the point. Like if you could get two flavors that actually pair well together, that'd be nice. Okay, I've never had G Fuel, so let's start with that. But I know A Drive, he has like his shiny splash flavor of it. Can you still get that, by the way? I don't know. I assume you can. I don't think I heard anything about not being something you could still get, but I don't know. But I know that he had that, and it was like lemon, or I guess lemonade maybe, and blueberry. I want to say it because you know it's like inspired by like shiny Motham or whatever it's called. The evolution of Burmy, if it's male, whatever that's called. I think it's Motham. I don't know. But it's like inspired by the colors of that and everything, so that's where the flavors are drawn from. It sounds actually very good, even though I'm not the biggest fan of blueberry stuff. Well, I'm not the biggest fan of blueberries. A lot of blueberry flavored things, or things with blueberries in them, I can usually tolerate. But not like blueberries themselves, I don't know. Those I just can't do. But yeah, the flavor actually sounds very interesting. I would love to try it at some point. Did I read the strawberry and coconut? I don't know. The strawberry and coconut might be a good pairing. Of course, I'm also not that big of a strawberry person. I don't like strawberries, but strawberry flavored things are good. Like strawberry milk. And ice cream. As long as it doesn't have weird chunks in it. Because some strawberry ice creams do that. I don't know if it's actual strawberries they have in them or just chunks. But then what chunks would you put in it if it's not actual strawberry? I don't know. Tart blueberry are disgusting. Well, it's fair. I actually like sour things. One thing I really want to do, but I never get the chance to, is eat a lemon like an orange. I'm not the biggest fan of oranges. That's me with a lot of things, by the way. Oranges, not a big fan of them, but like orange juice or other orange flavored things, sure, why not? I like it. I just can't really get behind eating an actual orange. It's too pure for me, I guess. I don't know. But like my issue, what am I? No. So, anyways, what I was going for with that is like, I never eat orange or anything. I would love to eat a lemon like an orange, because they're pretty much like, not the same thing, but they're very similar. So I feel like it's not unreasonable to say you could eat a lemon like an orange. I feel like that's very much how it's designed. It's just sour. But I actually really want to eat one. The only issue is I like never actually have like a full lemon to eat. And like I'm not gonna go and buy a lemon just to eat one. And like the only thing people ever use lemons for really is their juice, so typically people just buy lemon juice. Anyone who actually eats the peel of an orange needs help. It has no reason tasting like soap. I've never seen anyone eat the peel of an orange. Usually I see people peel them first or get pre-peeled. Okay, let's see. Rosalina, no. Cradilly, no. Blossom, no. Tapu Bulu, no. Fortunately. Hoopa is so silly. I've been on mute this whole time, and I have to mute again for like 5 more seconds. I promise I will be right back. Okay, that was risky. I actually didn't know if that was the right path to pick. I just had to get up, and I was not at the game. I didn't see what's happening. I just picked the first thing that looked appealing. I hope I did not just sign myself up now for a bad path. You know, like, I love jazz. Actually, that is a great... Hold on. That is a great transition into something I want to talk about. Now that it's been brought up, I can talk about this. Okay, I play saxophone. That's fun. I got a jazz mouth. Oh, okay. I got a jazz mouthpiece for it the other day. I love it. I played on it earlier today even because I'm that much in love with it. And like, you may think, oh, it's just a mouthpiece. How does that do anything? Something about like how it makes the reed vibrate or the air go into it. I don't know. But I played on it, and without doing anything different, my jazz tone, amazing. Now, it probably helps as well that I'm simply just not on a classical mouthpiece. But like, I love this mouthpiece. I need to put a mouthpiece patch on it actually, now that I'm thinking about it. And I don't know. It's unfortunate because these things, like, the way I have them set out, they do get very dusty. Think people judge people who judge people? Yes. I'm certain that happens all the time. Even though they themselves judge people. Well, I think it's better to judge the people who judge people than to be the first. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, you are specifically judging the people who go and judge other people. Like, the people you are judging, they are judging people in a bad way usually. You are judging them because they do bad things. You know, like, I feel like the second one is slightly more justified just because. I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyways, I got a mouthpiece patch on my jazz mouthpiece. I'm just keeping it in the actual box it came in right now. Because I have, like, nothing for it. It doesn't have, like, a cover or anything. It doesn't. I mean, I could put it in my case, but my... See, once you have two mouthpieces, it's hard to carry them both. I'm going to have to clean out my case. Fortunately, I don't have any ensembles next semester. All my playing is at home on my own time. It means my saxophone gets to stay on this stand, and the mouthpiece can honestly stay on it, but that's not good for, like, mold, bacteria, fungal growth. So... the mouthpiece stays off. Just for my sake. I'm also getting jazz reeds soon. I don't know if they're like... I don't know if jazz reeds do as much for me, but I reckon the more I can cheat my way into getting a jazz sound, the better. Please, William. Wait, no. I don't care. It didn't matter. One had a bad Pokemon, one had low health. No, I was supposed to go left. Left was the better path. Well, actually, that's still good. Oh, I should have gone left. No. I sound sad here probably because I am. I picked wrong. Do you know who Mr. Whiskey is? He's a cat. Is he like a social media cat? Orange cat. Or is this a character from something? Because if it's like a social media cat, my pages are always full of cat stuff. So there's a good chance I've at least seen Mr. Whiskey. But if it's like a cartoon or something, like Garfield, then I'm probably less likely to know. I'm not looking that up because I feel like I'm gonna look that up and it's gonna be like whiskey, not like whiskers. I guess if I put cat, I should be fine, right? You're not baiting me into looking up something stupid, are you? From Dispatch? Is that what I'm looking at? I have not played Dispatch. I assume it's a game. The first thing I see is what appears to be a guy in like an orange cat mascot suit. And he is pouring out an alcoholic drink. Is that what I'm supposed to be seeing? Is this... What was the purpose of me looking up Mr. Whiskey? Yes, that is in fact Mr. Whiskey. I don't know to see Mr. Whiskey. I almost had a cat join me, but the cat did not want to join. It wasn't gonna be my cat, but would have had a cat still. My cat is still recovering from surgery, so. Why does it feel like this Dynamax adventure has been going on forever? I think that's just because I'm at a point where I'm almost at the end, but I'm not like visual confirmation at the end. So it still feels like I could be at any point. That's probably why, at least my guess as to why it feels like it's taking forever. And then also slow battles. Honestly, I'm tempted to reset on this path. Just because I don't think there's a punishment for the first time. And I would need to take a better path anyway, so I would... the first thing, whatever it was I caught, that would still be the same. But I'd get to see 2 different Pokemon, which would be cool. I wonder where all the people went. It's late, so I wouldn't be surprised if people just are going off for the night or have other prior commit. I personally don't mind. I mean, I am not demanding anyone's time. And there's also like, I don't know, I think the way views are counted anyways is weird. Like, the current viewers or whatever, that is very scaled. And like, it can show the right amount, but I think that only really works if people are active. So I think sometimes if no one is active at all, then it might just sometimes not show anyone. Just because there's no action. But as soon as it gets action, confirms there are actually people there, it'll actually do a... I've said that first little bit, the action, actually, like all that. I've said that so much. Alliteration. It's a new concept. Will-o-wisp. Because if I can burn this thing, then that's great. Bug buzz. I'm liking this setup a lot better. As long as I can either set up to where I can hear my game audio still, or set up like background music or something, this would be great. I think my only issue though is the fact that, like, I see everything on the monitor. I used to only have the the left game. That's my Switch 2. I used to be playing that full screen on my monitor, and then the right game I could only view on OBS. Now I have it set up to where the left monitor can act as a second screen, so I have my OBS view pulled up. It's great. See both games and the chat on screen. It just works out so much better. I love it. Only issue though is now the audio is my computer's audio, which doesn't have anything coming through for me. So, silent. I'm sitting in silence. I am the only thing to keep me sane. So Galeo Master, welcome back. Do you think cats know they exist? Probably. My cat definitely knows she exists. Somewhat. Oh, that's unfortunate. See, I'm gonna reset this path, see if I can get a better route out of it. Because it had the potential, I just screwed it up. Oh. I don't think there's any shinies here. Oh, this is an insight. Adventures of Elliot. I remember downloading that demo as soon as they announced it was gonna exist. I think I got like day one or something. Another thing I thought of is, as much as I'd love to introduce background music, that's gonna suck just as much. Because that would mean I would then have to start recording while streaming instead of just downloading streams. Because I don't wanna... I know, this is gonna be crazy. I don't wanna have background music in the reactions. But the only way I think I could do that is to record at the same time, because then I get multiple tracks and I can just have it to where it doesn't record that track that the background music is on. So that way reactions still get the pure sound. You say you want to shout for phalanx? Nice! Good luck on that if you go for it. I assume ZA, because I don't think it's in Arceus. Yeah, Absol Blogs Pokemon, he just uploaded his video for that this morning, actually. That was nice to see. I liked the post like the second I saw they posted about it. I'm happy you got that. I'm excited for what he does next. I love watching his videos. I know he said he has the Mega Dimension stuff to work on, and he thinks it's going to be really interesting because of a funny thing that happened during it. But I think he said he also wanted to work on some other videos first, which I'm just as fine with because we already got his ZA playthrough. Typically, he doesn't do additional playthrough movies for another year because of how long it takes to release stuff. So I think, personally, I'm fine with him uploading other stuff first. I need to get more tape. I have these cool, I think they're fairy lights is what they're called. They're really cool. Have them all around my room. I got, I think it was like last year, I got a set of them. And after setting it up, I'm like, that's cool. I want my whole room to be outlined with them. So I ordered 2 more. So now it's set up. I actually should turn them on because it's getting dark enough. You can't see this because I don't have a webcam. Don't worry, that's coming soon. And, oh, that one can't turn on. I'm stupid. Oh, that's not good. Sparks. Sparks bad. Spark equal fire. Oh, I should turn on my EV light too. Oh, that's not on the right color. Swipey, there we go. Okay, this is not visible. Because I don't have a webcam yet, but I like this. It fits my theme. My mic also has a light on it. It's blue. Because you will learn very quickly as soon as I adopt the webcam. My thing is my consoles are in black and white. One or the other, or sometimes both. But then controllers and stuff, I love having the blue accent with that. PS2 controller, that's blue. PS5 controller, that's blue. GameCube N64, transparent blue. You know, I just really like having the blue accent within everything. And that carries into the lights. The lights, they're blue. My EV lamp, that's blue. My microphone, that's blue. It's really nice. I like it. And someday the webcam will show up. But I have to figure out stuff for that before I do it because I get 2 issues actually with bringing something like that on. So first issue is I have to figure out framing and how I want to do things because with how my room is set up, I have 2 options for a webcam. The first one is leave things how they are now, and the webcam would show a bit of the shelf that's behind me. I think as far as you would see, you'd see a bit of my plushes, but mostly like my Lego cat I have. I realize I'm talking away from the mic, so I'm trying to like lean back so my voice still travels into it. I don't know if this is working. My voice just might just sound bad, I don't know. Then it shows my bed, which is the worst part, because I never make my bed. That would give me a reason to, maybe. Or, the other thing which I was thinking about, it would take more work with my power outlets to get everything powered and everything, but I was thinking about maybe rotating my desk about 90 degrees, because if I did that, I would have it to where webcam view would be me, and then immediately the wall behind me, which is great, because then there's no room for seeing anything that I don't really want to show. But I feel like just showing my bedroom as it is, it's like, yep, this is my space. So I don't know, I'll probably test them out a bunch. But another issue is, as I mentioned earlier, I now see the exact same view as stream. That is what I'm playing through, because the games are actually not delayed at all through my view, since I'm watching them through OBS. Or at least the delay isn't noticeable because it's like press couple buttons every minute or so. But yeah, the issue is I'd have to rearrange things to move the previous counter somewhere. And also I'd have to then permanently be able to see my face on the bottom left. I don't really want to look at my face. I know, it's a bit crazy, but I kind of don't want to constantly look at myself. So for now I'm just leaving it off because I don't know what I want to do with it. At some point I'll figure it out. What I'm really hoping is that I can somehow figure something out to where I can just, like, I can still watch all my switches on one screen. Right now it's the 2, but I'm sure at some point I'll upgrade to get more. But have them all on one screen, running through one capture card even. And then that way I don't have to look at this view. Only issue is I think I need a multi-viewer or something. But, like, those are $100. And that's for, like, the bare minimum. Which is definitely out of my price range right now. Even though I've willingly spent that much on multiple things before, that's not something I'm ready to spend that much on. But I'm sure at some point I'll be more accepting to spending that much. Think about this. If the world is a world and a moon is a moon, what makes a moon an Earth? Huh? That confuses me, honestly. I don't get it. Is it possible for Dynamax Adventures to have a way that will force you to only have one option on where to go? Because the beginning gives you 2 options, and then from there you usually get 2 to 3, and then the last one, you know, you get anywhere from 2 to 3 again. I don't know if it's possible to have all 4 as an option. Oh, that's interesting. So is there programming to do stuff the same by coincidence, or is that just how it works and the things I pick are up to fate? I don't know. Maybe the moment I add a webcam is just the moment I can get a multi-viewer. I can save up for one, but I think right now my biggest goal is not spending money where I can, because I kind of want to get another Switch too. And that's not like selfish or anything, because yes, I'm aware I don't need another one. I have 2 Switches that work just fine right now, actually. But if Gen 10 is going to be Switch 2 exclusive, and it possibly proves that there is things I can do for shiny hunting in that game that will work perfectly having 2 games at once. Because, like, Scarlet and Violet, terrible. But, like, ZA, honestly, that actually works really well just by its structure. But I feel like the only way Gen 10 is going to work is if it goes back to the 2D style. Or at least mostly 2D. I think as long as we go back to true random encounters, it'll be fine. Or if it stays overworld, just as long as there's an audio cue. But I don't know. It depends. I'd have to see how that works out, but I might consider getting both games and another Switch too at some point. All things to consider, though. I mean, I might be able to get the multi-viewer thing at least situated. Mostly for face cam, I think you should just show the room. Sounds like rearranging is more work and less reliable to even work for you. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'll test it and see, because it also depends on my angle. I think as long as I put the webcam on the screen that I'm playing off of, I should be fine. This thing doesn't even have a poison move. No. Nar. 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 That's weird. Oh, I don't like that. Saying nar just ends up sounding like an Australian saying no. Nar. 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 Wow. Yeah, I think if I put the webcam on the screen that I'm already playing the games on, I'll at least already be looking in the general direction of it. And I think with how my screens are angled, it should also work out for me to where... Hold on, I gotta lock it. Should also work out to where the way it points away from me, other stuff. So it just points at my bed, hopefully. I don't know, the less I have to show as a background, the better, because that means less chance it's going to be a mess at any given point. Okay, even with the better path, I think the options we got were still kind of weak. Only one thing on the path actually ended up being good. So, I'm fine with letting this path go. Can I beat it this turn? I don't know. Maybe. Okay, judging by the fact I just took poison damage, it's a no. I don't finish it this turn. That's kind of unfortunate. Tailwind, I guess? I don't know. Stop using acupressure. Just attack for once. Okay, gotta go enjoy Summon by Alive for a bit. Look forward to video 20. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Take care. And video 20 will be out at some point. Don't know when, but it will be out. Whenever I finish working on it, that's when it will be out. It's gonna be a nice one. I'm excited for it. Big boom. Big boom. It goes boom. I need to increment the counter. 24. Nice. Alright. Do I get a shiny? No. 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 Okay. And that path kind of sucks, so I'm not keeping it. I hate how everything has not been the top option throughout this entire series of hunts so far. And Zygarde is going to make me so happy just because that will be the first top option. Well, two of those are pretty bad for this. Are there flying types? There are, but they're both... well, I guess the part where it doesn't matter because of the fact that they're flying. And then normal type. And then... It doesn't matter, everything at the end is bad anyways. Okay. Battle time. Oh gosh. 2 electric type moves already sets me up for doing good damage. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if I one-turn this. I set up something fun on my other 3DS that I'm looking forward to. I found custom injection like virtual console, which is funny that it's called virtual console still, even though it's running natively. But it was custom injections for Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, all that. I have Sapphire right now. It's loaded on my main 3DS as well as my second one for when I get that fixed. And not gonna lie, I'd love to just set them up and double hunt throughout Sapphire just for fun. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to trade between them because, you know, there's no link cable, and I don't know if Virtual Console is able to simulate link cable at least the same way, because I think for the Gen 1 and 2 that officially got released, those can simulate Virtual Console, I'm pretty sure. Not simulate link cable or something, because pretty sure you can trade in those. I don't know if it's online only or if they added online support, or if you have to be local and that's good enough for it. I don't know. I'd have to see if it's possible, but I'd love to do so, because then I could like shiny hunt and then just keep trading over to the main file. Never mind, this was bad, because all that does now is not give me a flying type move. Hey, at least, okay, they at least made their situation a little better by switching. Ooh, if this is DD, I don't know if the both genders are in this, and if so, if they have different move sets or, you know, crazily different. I don't know. But if this is the male, I know that one at least has Shadow Ball. Nope, that doesn't matter. This is a different hunt. Might have a fire move though, so might not be all hope lost. I was so proud of remembering it has Shadow Ball until I remembered that this isn't Lele anymore. Hey, Lash Out. I can do super effective damage on this thing. Sweet. Does the red dot light thingy on top of Duraludon in the Gmax, does that change if it's shiny? Because I know on the shiny itself, like the base one, where that is on the normal form, that's like the tippy top little thing, and I know on the shiny that turns white. So I'm curious if that light becomes white on the shiny Gigantamax. I don't know, I'd have to see. I do plan to hunt Duraludon at some point. Seems like a cool target. I don't know. Oh, it does have a fire move. Perfect. Even more perfect. Okay. I think in the situation I'm in, this is the least weak. Even though going right would give me a poison move, I think it's better to not give myself a 4 times weakness. Anyways, I think the best move here is just see what happens. If no one switches, that's great. If Cramorant wants to switch, that's also okay. Because Cramorant's like the weakest link. But I think if we get to the point where someone else wants to switch, I might need to take over. I don't know. That sucks. At least it's only the first death. I think that's the most important thing here right now. Why would you use Amnesia? Why would you not just attack? Am I missing something on why a physical attacker opponent deserves Amnesia? You're boosting your special defense to fight a physical attacker. Anyone want to tell me where that does not line up? Because I can say right now, it's stupid. Oh, and look, it's at turn boosted. It's physical attack. Gosh, that Cramorant's down. Why are you still using Amnesia? That's not helping you. Using Amnesia in Gen 1 must have been pretty nice, though. Because I think Gen 2 was when the physical special split happened. Unless I was Gen 3. I don't know. Regardless, early Gen usage of Amnesia must have been pretty great. Because, you know, the special stats are 2. No, the special stat is... You know, it's used for all special related things. Whether it's taking damage or dealing damage. Which is kind of crazy. Because it's like... Calm Mind plus Amnesia, but only through the move Amnesia. Oh, I don't get a choice. Okay. Oh, okay. Of course it gave it to the worst possible Pokemon to give it to. Yep. Okay. I'm so excited for tomorrow. A lot of my stuff should be coming. I don't know how much of it is coming, because now that I actually look and get some later updates for the day, a lot of things are starting to seem like they lied and they're not actually coming anytime soon. One thing is for sure coming tomorrow. Like, it really should have came today, but I'm sure it has its reason. Another thing that, again, really should... Oh, no, it just updated, so no, it is coming later. Shoot. It definitely shouldn't come as late as it says it does. It should be 2 days away then, instead of the one it says it is. Another thing that really should be coming sooner rather than later, but there's like no updates on it. So I'm either getting a whole bunch of stuff or like absolutely nothing tomorrow. But I know most of tomorrow I'm spending it playing Final Fantasy. because I still have a ton of games to get through. Okay, it's way lower health than I thought it was. I need to pay more attention to the stuff happening in game. It's a shame there's no poison type, but it's clear to me that Bulu, I guess, just isn't that bulky defensively. Pretty sure saying bulky already covered the fact that I was talking about its defenses. I'm a bit dumb. Yeah, clearly having a poison type isn't. I don't know what causes what. That was expected, but honestly doesn't really hurt us too much because we have tons of lives. So I think that's just a haha. You should have attacked someone who's actually gonna do damage to you. Because see, what's he doing? What is he doing? Dead. Boom. 26. Gosh. Maybe I shouldn't slip on my desk. Maybe this one will be shiny. I don't care. Just as long as I hit 40, which I think is going to happen because I'm 14 away from 40. And I think given how much I've done and how much is left, I think I can hit 40 today. If not, I should get really freaking close. So, let's see. Shiny time, question mark? Probably not. Cramorant? No. No Cheeto Bird. Indeedee? No. Lycanroc? No. Tapu Bulu? No. Okay. That's fine. The last one was at 20. I do not expect this one to happen anytime soon. Alright, fast connection. Love to see it. They're literally sitting like right next to each other. I don't know why they take so long half the time. These are all terrible. Still terrible. But I don't think there's anything I can do about this, so it's whatever. Okay, that all kind of went by pretty quick. I did not see everything. Nothing really great, honestly. Because the end there looks all really bad. I think left is the best. Roselia sucks. It doesn't have an actual poison move. It's lying by saying poison. The grass type I'm pretty sure is Gloom. Again, not the best since it's not fully evolved, but it at least has poison moves. So that makes it a little better. Then I think at the end I'm just going to have to take the L and go with stuff that isn't going to be great. But good thing here is player 1 has Alchemy, so it's fine. It doesn't need to switch because it already has a fire move. Even though I have to tap into that a bit to take down this Roselia. And then player 2 will probably take Gloom just because I want to make sure it does get taken and that's not going to get switched out later. And then whatever I decide to do at the end, I genuinely don't care. I reckon if The NPC takes something that's weird, they take something that's weird. Dang, getting hit by poison point? That's unfortunate. Kinda sucks. Max Mindstorm. Big damage. Not really. It's probably better that it isn't big damage. That is good damage. Although I think it's funny that I'm doing less to it this time than the last time I had to fight one. Because I feel like last time I had to fight one, like, everyone was doing, like, over a quarter of its health. But I guess stat differences probably also affect it. Being poison and having facade, actually, that's pretty decent. Cause yeah, big damage. And I think, does this also have guts? I don't know if this has guts. But if it does, then yeah, it's going to do a lot of damage. That lived? It's a legend. Lorantis is the GOAT. I don't want this. If anything, it's just good defensive typing. No one wanted it. I'm surprised. Well, neither of you get Gloom. I'm taking that. Hopefully Gloom is easier to take down, actually, because, well, it's the same type. But I think Obstagoon already having the setup of being poisoned going into this is going to be good. I'll at least get more damage off in the beginning. Oh, I was so confused what was happening there. I was like, huh? It was leftovers. Huh. That's interesting. I would think it would want to do damage first. Because if it heals first and then damages second, I mean, it doesn't matter which order, because it's going to end up canceling out anyways. But, like, if it healed first and then damaged second, it would take you up and then back down. If it damages first, it takes you down, which could kill you. And then if that doesn't kill you, then you get to come back up. So I feel like that would make more sense. You know, it's less forgiving. But no. It's interesting. Good to know, though. Unless it's like a weird order of priority. So, like, weather item status or something like that. Maybe that's how it works. I don't know. I don't study this game. No, you don't get to say you want it now. Okay, I know which way I'm not going. The thing that's 4 times weak. Nuh-uh. Not happening. Wise glasses actually not too bad. This is also not too bad because I am not fully evolved. Could be better, but it doesn't matter. Okay, Venoshock and Toxic. I'll probably status first if I can. Just because I think it's better to save my Venoshocks as best I can. So anything I can do to not only get away with not using it for as many turns as I can, but also just make it do more damage. I think that works out pretty well for minimizing my use of it. That's unfortunate, especially since I clicked to use Toxic. Because now it's not going to work. That sucks. I guess I'm just going to have to use Venoshock. Hi. How's it going? Hopefully it's going well. So mad that I had the foresight to do whatever it did to prevent my Toxic. I don't even think it did that on purpose. That was just an unfortunate downside of how this played out. Go nice. I did. I got it like the start of the stream. Not insanely early, but it was a couple in. Because I think I started from 6, so I only had to do like 2 today to get to that. But yeah, I did get a shiny Salazzle. I was actually talking about it too. I think the context was we were talking about Ultra Beasts and how like Kartana was really weak special defense, and like you could almost one-shot it with just a Salazzle. I think that's what I was saying. And then the Salazzle ended up being shiny. I'm proud of it. I'm definitely a fan of Salazzle, but one look at my channel history and video 5 live shiny Salazzle reaction, because crazy, I got this before. So yeah, it's not a new shiny by any means, but shiny's a shiny. Happy to have it. I'd rather get shinies than not. I'd rather get my targets than phase, but it's better to get a shiny than just go forever without anything. You've gotten full on shiny Pelipper and Sword. Nice. Is that a recent thing, or is that a past hunt you've done? Regardless, that's still nice. Pelipper's pretty cool. And full odds. Like, that's really nice. I'm looking forward to doing full odds. I just need to get all my Dynamax adventures done. A past thing? Ah. Still cool. Still cool. I've been messing around with full odds a bit in some other games. I just have easier access to being able to play full odds right now. And I'm really looking forward to switching over to doing full odds on stuff now. It just feels fun to me, I guess is the word I would use. Fun? I don't know. I enjoy it. So I'm definitely looking forward to do it. I just don't want to do Dynamax Adventures full odds. So these, yeah. I am 100% taking care of everything that I need from these before I reset the saves. But it's going to be great switching full odds because I get to do a whole badge quest again. And then I get to do fun hunts. Oh, it's going to be great. I was randomly thinking about Porygon just now. And I remember there's this one guy I watched. I don't remember who it was. But he made a Porygon. And it was like a Wii, but it was like Porygon themed and everything. And it was so cool. And then he made like the Porygon U, which was Porygon 2. And it was a Wii U this time. And I think like it actually had a slot to put the gamepad in the front or something. I don't know. And then I think he did Porygon Z for the Switch. I don't actually remember how much the guy did. I just remember the first one for the Wii. More encounters. Yay. Also, at the start of your sword playthrough, you got a random full-on triangulating Meowth, but you lost it. Either killed it or you didn't catch it. That sucks. I'm sorry. I'm looking forward to doing a shield badge quest because it's going to be a lot more tame, I think, than the Violet one. But I think it might still work out to be about the same time because I'm probably not going to get shinies as quickly, but also there's less shinies I need to get. And also I think it'll be fun because I think chat can have more participation. Because, you know, Sword and Shield, you can actually pick what you hunt a lot of the time. Whereas Scarlet and Violet's like, you can pick the area if you want, but doesn't really mean you'll get what you want. Anyways. Tapu Bulu time. Roselia, no. Gloom, no. Wigglytuff, no. Tapu Bulu, no. I almost said no before I could see if the second one was shiny. That was almost bad. No, I didn't mean to click yes on the right game. Gosh, this is so annoying. I also think I might be open to doing some hunts on the Isle of Armor. Probably only one or two. But I'd still be interested. I'm honestly the most interested in like doing Scyther if I can. I don't know if that's version exclusive or anything, but I'd love to do Scyther during that hunt, or I guess that badge quest. Because I think I can evolve into Scizor pretty early. Or at least be able to find ways to get the items. And I wouldn't have to worry too much about it being a trade evolution because I have 2 switches. I can just trade with myself if I need to. Alrighty, let's see. Marowak. Vileplume isn't great, but it's fine. And then Steel type. Okay. So left, right, right. Scientist is iffy. Honestly, I just realized I don't really know how I'm gonna brand that because these are not both shield. Only one game is shield. So realistically, I don't know if I can call it a shield badge quest, but I think I'll still call it shield just because the main game that's doing the badge quest is shield. So many trailers of Avengers Doomsday, not Doomday, Doomsday I'm coming across. Really, I haven't seen any. To be fair, I have YouTube Premium right now, so I don't get any ads. And I don't really go anywhere that really has a bunch of trailers or anything, because like I don't. Most of the content I consume is through YouTube, which, duh. Just explain why I don't get ads there. Yeah, I haven't really seen much about that. I don't think personally I'm gonna go see it. I don't know, I'm never really into movies that much. Like, especially like Marvel and stuff and all that. Like, I've watched a few movies, and one of my friends planned a group hangout where we went to see the Captain America Brave New World. I don't know. One came out like last year, 2 years ago, whenever it was. I want to say it was last year. Yeah, I remember we went to see that, and then we went to a little Mexican restaurant that was right across the street afterwards because it was late enough to get dinner. It was cool. I liked it. But again, I had like no context because I don't watch these kind of movies. So on the way there, my friend was like explaining everything about like, okay, this is what happened. You've seen these movies, right? Okay, so what happens after this? Okay, then this happened, this happened. Okay, now this is gonna happen. And he basically just ran me through like shows and anything else I missed so that the movie would actually make sense. I feel tempted to switch on the right game because it gave me the option, so I feel like I need to just go ahead and switch while I can. Because I don't know if in the future it might goof. I think left game is going to try to switch here. Because it probably is the weakest for what's about to be fought. And worst case scenario, it's just something else I can switch. Everyone wanted to switch. Wow. Okay, that wasn't great, but it's whatever. Okay, let's see. It's 9:30. I have an hour left. Making mental notes. I don't think I'm gonna hit 40 tonight. Unfortunately, I think I lost too many for it to happen. I'll try my best, but I just don't know if that's gonna happen. I think as long as I get to like 30 something, then I'll be fine. Because it won't be the best, but at least it's something. Bloom. Dead. I'm just grabbing this for defensive typing, I think. Because I don't think Vileplume actually has a poison move. Unfortunately. I think it's just toxic. One of my friends in the past gave you a free shield game card, which you were so happy to get because now you have both sword and shield. Nice. I have them both, obviously, but it's because I also have this thing called money and bought them. Actually, I didn't buy shield. That was a gift. It was a Christmas gift. But sword I did buy. My own hard-earned money. Well, in the past twice. I don't blame you. Nothing here is really that great, let's be honest. Grassy seed. Yeah, I'll get grassy seed just because I know for a fact this is going to have grassy terrain set up. Marowak is going to make this easy, but I'm scared. Also, I don't want to over-rely on using Flare Blitz. But it seems I'll be fine. I shouldn't need this many. I'm actually extremely looking forward to doing a badge quest in these games. I think it would be fun. With all the options I have to hunt. The only issue I could see... Actually, there is no issue. I don't know why I was going down that path. I was going to say something, but I don't have an issue. I don't know what I thought I was going to say. Yeah, I'm excited to do badge quests in this game. I think it'll be fun. But I also want to just kind of enjoy the moment with these hunts. Because, you only get to hunt Tapu's once, really. I mean, I could hunt them again, because as long as I remember which game didn't get each Tapu, I could realistically hunt them there. Or since I'm already planning on resetting these games, could do hunts again after the reset. But I'm not doing all that. Drew a ninja yesterday. Nice. It's kind of convenient since there's one on screen. Ninjask is cool. I'm not like the biggest fan of it, but I'll admit it's cool. It can do some cool things. It's definitely a cool Pokemon, to say the least. Okay, that admittedly isn't that good, but it's whatever. Bulu. That doesn't do me any good. I'll Toxic. Although it is doing pretty good damage with that Flare Blitz, so I guess I can't be too upset about that. You have to download your data on Sword again. It's only at 37%. Dang, that sucks. I'm sorry about that. Hold on, how much does Flare Blitz do when it's Dynamax? Okay, I think that's worth it. I want to see how much this does. Pretty big damage. Pretty big. That's good. speed boost. Okay, now for the fun part. Is this air conditioning or heat? I want to guess air conditioning, but it's more likely to be heat, I think. It doesn't sound like it normally does when it's the heater, but it also doesn't sound like it does when it's the air conditioner, so... Alright, I'm at 941, it's 30 in. I can do... a few more tonight. I have about 50 minutes. Now, I don't know if that's going to be enough then to get me to 40, but it's at least going to get me close to it. Alright, let's see. Marowak. No. Vileplume. No. Scavalier. No. Tapu Bulu. No. I don't know why I picked up some kind of accent going into a Scavalier and Tapu Bulu. I'm very annoyed. One of my fingernails is longer than the other, and I don't really know how to get them to the same length. But it's whatever. I'll just trim. Boom. Problem solved. This is iffy, but it's whatever. Iffy, but... Actually, no, that one's not iffy. Ivy? I meant iffy. I'm not doing them multiplayer right now, unfortunately, just because I don't have online on both Switches. Actually, I don't even know if I have online at all. I do not keep track of my online subscription, so I don't even know if I'm paying for it right now. If I had online on both, I would do them open to let people join, but I'm just doing them single player. Just for efficiency, and I don't want to break my efficiency. That's just the only reason why I'm doing it like this. I like the efficiency of having two Switches. I've also just never really been that big of a fan. Since I've introduced the two Switches and everything, I've never really been that big of a fan of going back. Not you specifically, but I just have trust issues with playing with people in chat, because I don't know, they always seem to end up being to where, like, the people I end up playing with, not through this, because I don't really do it, it's just in other streams, I've always seen the people in chat end up be like, it's their first time playing Pokemon all of a sudden. It's just like they have no clue what to do, and they play just like the NPCs, and I'm like, really? You know, the streamer is trying to do a hunt here effectively. And you guys are just ruining it. And I think that's another issue too. That might not be an insult, because it's probably not people that don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They're intentionally going out of their way to sabotage. So that's another thing. I just don't want my runs to be sabotaged because I'm letting people in and then trolls start joining. If I'm going to lose to bad gameplay, it's going to be my own bad gameplay, because then I can blame myself. I'm sure at some point, for fun, I'll do hunts in the future where I'm only doing it on one Switch, and I will open it up to have people join. So there's definitely future chances for me to do it. It's just not right now. It's just not something I feel like doing. Alright. I don't even know what's happening this run. I've barely been paying attention. I don't know if this was the first thing we fought or the second thing. I think it's the first thing. I don't know. I'd like to switch, even though Catherine needs it. Yeah, she wasn't gonna switch anyways. That was the first thing. Okay, so then right, and then nothing, because none of those are good. I think right again, because that's Togedemaru. That'd at least be good. It has a poison move, and it has a steel move, I think. I think assuming I win every Dynamax adventure I do going forward, I might make it to like 36 tonight. Which isn't the 40 I wanted to hit, but it's still really good. Because if you keep in mind I started at 6 and have lost some, that's still 30 I would have gotten done. So I think personally that's a really good place to be at for tonight. Because then tomorrow I'm going for 6 hours. So even if I hit like 36, and we assume I do the same amount of work, I'll get to 66 in the 5 hours. And then a little bit past that in the extra hour. So like, tomorrow I genuinely could get the shiny Assuming it's going to be under odds. I don't know. That doesn't say much because I could also very easily get the shiny tonight. You're gonna Shy Hunt Linton and Source for Eggs. Nice. Good luck. Hopefully you get it. Are you hunting one in a special ball, or are you just hunting for regular ball? Because I think you can get it in special balls. I don't know. Do Sword and Shield give you the option to catch it? I don't think you can catch it in a special ball in these games. Okay. But I guess if you transferred back from Violet and Scarlet and Violet, I would say Violet first because I have Violet. I'm sure if you did transferring, you could easier manipulate what ball it's in. Just regular ball? Okay. That makes sense. It's probably the easiest to get it in. I think because of Scarlet and Violet, let's see. You can catch everything up to Gen 8, I think, at this point, in whatever ball you want. Because I know in X and Y, you could catch the Kanto starters and the Kalos starters in whatever ball you wanted. There might have been another game where you could catch it before, I don't know. But then Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon combined, I think, covered every other starter. Because you get Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Kanto. I skipped over Kanto. Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos. Yeah, okay, so up as far as like Sun and Moon / Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, if you combine their island scans, you can get everything there except the Sun and Moon starters. Then Sword and Shield, I don't think you could catch the Alola starters in unique balls still, because for the longest time there were those things that were just available through transfer only. And then even when they were like actually added, I think it was through a side quest or whatever, you got the one that was the same typing as the starter you chose for your playthrough. And I think it was locked to a regular ball. Maybe something special, I don't know. But I think it was just a regular ball for those. But now, with Scarlet and Violet all the way up to Gen 8, special balls. Pretty nice. I remember before we had DLC for these games, but like I didn't have a 3DS or any way to transfer 3DS Pokemon into this game. So it was so cool seeing people with all the legendaries that you could get, like Solgaleo and Lunala and all that. Like, those were cool. I wished I had a way to get them, but it was so cool seeing people that did have them. And then also like the Unova legendaries. It was cool seeing people who had them. I remember they felt so special to have in this, because, you know, they were like these special things that you couldn't actually get. So when I was able to actually get my hands on some through someone I traded with online one day that was very generous, it was so cool because I'm like, whoa, I have this Pokemon that not everyone has access to. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I remember Solgaleo and Reshiram, I think, were the two I had specifically from that trade. And I remember them fondly. I think at some point I even got a shiny Solgaleo. I don't remember that one as much, but I do remember it existing. And again, this was at a point where I don't think we knew we were even getting DLC for these games. Or at least I didn't know. So, of course, there was no way of knowing that one day I was going to be able to get these anyways. So it really did feel cool to have these Pokemon that not everyone had access to. And even have them as shinies. Because I think I ended up getting the Reshiram as a shiny as well. But then, of course, DLC happened, and then I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna shiny hunt stuff myself. Because I much rather hunt my own shinies these days. I like having my own OT on stuff. And I remember, oh gosh, the day the Crown Tundra came out, oh, that was such a great day. I remember it so well. Because I remember I immediately wanted to try out Dynamax Adventures, but I wanted to wait because, you know, I wanted to make sure the big review people had time to actually figure it out. So I just kind of messed around with the story of it, like catching Reggies and stuff. That was so fun. I kind of regretted it, but not really, because I'm like, whatever. I just care about the new Reggies. So I caught the original Registrio, started exploring, catching some cool Pokemon. And then I think around that time I saw the first video about Dynamax Adventures and how to hunt in them. So I was like, oh, okay, so you just don't take the legendary and you're good. Good to know. So that's what I started doing. I went for Tapu Koko because at the time that was like the one thing I knew I wanted the most. Because at the time Tapu Koko was definitely my favorite. So like, literally, I'm not even kidding. I spent so long doing Dynamax Adventures that night. I think I went up to like 20, which, you know, doesn't sound like much, but of course, keep in mind, this was back when I only had one Switch. I straight up did 20, not like this where it's like I did 10, but since I'm on 2 systems, it adds up to 20. Like, I straight up did 20 in one night. And then I remember I got a Mudkip and a Luxury Ball because I wanted to hunt Mudkip through Masuda. So I did a bit of that, and then I kept doing Dynamax Adventures for Tapu Koko. And I finally went to sleep. Like, I had already went and caught Spectrier and Calyrex, I think, were the 2 I picked initially. I remember doing all that. Crown Tundra was fun. It was, oh gosh, it was great. I think I went and caught those and then went back to do some more Dynamax Adventures. I ended up going to sleep at like 3 a.m. and the only reason I went to bed was because I got my first shiny through Dynamax Adventures, which was Vaporeon, I believe, was my first one. I want to say Vaporeon was the first one I got. Yeah, I was like, okay, I've done enough. I'm ready to go to bed. Went to bed. Keep in mind, this was a school night. I had school the next day. So yeah, I woke up, went through school and everything. And in my last class, I don't know if, I can't remember if this guy was a guy I was friends with or if I just knew him through a friend. I don't remember. Anyways, this guy I know sitting in front of me, he turns around, looks at me and sees how like messed up my eyes are looking and how much of a zombie I look like. And he's like, you good? I'm like, yeah, Pokemon DLC came out last night. And he's like, yeah, how late you stay up? 3 a.m. Yeah, that'll happen to you. And so the rest of the class, I'm just sitting there like, teacher, can I go to sleep? I'm tired. I made poor life decisions. Yeah, I went home that night and I was ready to do more. And I remember it was actually a great night for shiny hunting because I think I did some Tapu Koko. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go work on the Mudkip hunt. I got the shiny Mudkip. 2 eggs later, I got another shiny Mudkip. And I'm like, okay, I'm lucky. I got 2 shiny Mudkip. So after that, I went back to the Koko, and I believe I got the shiny Tapu Koko, actually. I don't remember how many it was. I want to say it was like 44. That number, for some reason, 44 and Tapu Koko pair in my mind. But I don't know if that was my hunt going to 44, or if there's another hunt for Tapu Koko I remember seeing go to 44. And now I'm just forcefully thinking that was mine. Not sleep until I find a shiny lit. Immediately goes, yeah. Yeah, I can't remember which one it was, but I remember something about Tapu Koko. Yeah, I remember that. It was actually very shocking because it was like, wow, this exists. You can get this. This looks cool. And I think there was also the shock of just this was my first Dynamax Adventure Shiny Legendary. So, I'm definitely looking forward to doing Koko, which is why I'm kind of saving it for last because I figure save that for the last one I do. And I say last one I do, I just mean last of the Tapus. I still have Solgaleo, Necrozma, and Zygarde after that. I think I'm okay with Bulu, Koko, Necrozma, and Solgaleo. They can take a bit longer if it means it can balance out to make Zygarde a shorter hunt, because I don't really want to take forever on Zygarde. Although I would also love a first encounter at some point. But again, I guess I would rather have that on Zygarde than anything else. Yeah, honestly, I think I enjoyed Crown Tundra more than the Isle of Armor. Because Isle of Armor had cool Pokemon. And I definitely liked the vibe of it, especially when it came out. Like, it very much was fun to hunt on Isle of Armor for, like, summertime. And, like, some of the shinies in this game, especially, I feel like look a bit better. I don't know if I'm tripping, but, like, I feel like they looked a lot, like, the colors looked cooler. I don't know. But I remember Heracross, the pink on that, I liked how that looked on the shiny. And the green of Scizor, also really loved how that looked. Yeah, there's some really cool Pokemon in Isle of Armor. I didn't care too much for the story of it. But as far as like shiny hunting, I really enjoyed it. Yeah, Crown Tundra, that was really something. I remember I was actually kind of sad because Sword was my main version initially. So I was kind of upset because I remember I was like, oh boy, I can't wait to get Gibble. Gibble's so cool. Gibble wasn't in my version. I had to get Bagon. Bagon's cool, don't get me wrong, but I want Gibble. Of course, now I have both versions, so I can get Gibble. It's the power of having money. See, when you don't have money, you have no control. You get what you're given. But when you do have money, you can do whatever. Couldn't get Gibble? Fine then, I'll buy a whole new game. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with it on my first playthrough. And then I remember when I got Shield, it was a Christmas gift. I remember that. It's a digital copy, unfortunately, not a physical one. But I don't really mind as much. Because at some point, like, if I decide to set up more switches for stuff like this, I'm gonna get physical copies going forward. Just because you can get better prices on them, usually. I remember that when I went to set up Shield, I wanted to do a ghost type only playthrough, but of course it's kind of hard to get a ghost type early. So what I did was I sped through the first part of the story up until the wild area with just my starter, and then what I did actually to make sure I would still have an obedient starter was I got an egg for Rowlet in my sword, traded it to one of my friends to have him hold it, played up to where I could start trading again in Shield, and then traded with him again. So I ended up getting the egg, hatched it, and I had my starter. So Rowlet covered the ghost type starter thing because it evolves into Decidueye. And then from there I just only caught ghost types and used ghost types until I got to the dark gym. And I was still very impatient at the time. I had not fully learned patience. I'm not saying I have yet, but I hadn't learned it as much as I have now. So I got to the dark gym, tried it like 2 times. I don't even think I made it to the gym. I think I made it to like right before where you have to battle Marnie, and she's like, yeah, I'll show you a secret way to get in if you beat me in a battle, even though she's standing right in front of the obvious not so secret way in. But yeah, I did that like 2 or 3 times, got frustrated that her dark types kept beating my ghost types. I didn't really have a way to get around it, so I was like, fine. And I got mad, so I went out and caught like a Dwebble, I think. And then I used Pokemon Home to transfer it into my sword, booted up sword, grabbed a bunch of candies, and just leveled it up to level 100. And then sent it back over to Shield through Home. So I had a level 100 Pokemon in my trainer name, and just used it to cheese through that. And then I'm like, you know what, screw it, and I just used it to cheese my way through the rest of the game. Of course, it didn't really help because one level 100 Crustle isn't the best thing to beat the late game of Sword and Shield, but it's whatever. You've prepared for this hunt. You got the Oval Charm. You got a Japanese Ditto, so increase that. Nice. Really are prepared. Guess the only more prepared thing you could do there is instead of the Ditto, get a Japanese Litten. Or just any foreign Litten. Because then you get eggs even quicker. But I don't think you need it for Litten. I think with a foreign Ditto, even though it's not the most optimal, I think that and then just having Oval Charm get you eggs frequently enough to where it's not an issue. I can get Surf and Raichu. That's pretty cool. Oh gosh, I also just now thought about my very first playthrough, Pokemon Sword. That was great because it was my first Pokemon game. I remember it well. So we start off with day 1. God as a Christmas Gift 2019. My first Pokemon game. I have no idea what to expect, by the way. Keep in mind, the only thing I knew about Pokemon was whatever I saw in what Black and White and Sun and Moon anime I'd watched up to this point. So I started off, had no clue really what to expect or what was going to happen. And then get to the funny, like, clash. So these days, I pick Grookey. Grookey's like my favorite of the trio. Just because as I matured as a person and found interest in music and stuff, it was very easy for me to realize that the drummer Monkey is based on Ringo. Maybe not Ringo specifically, but it's very clear that, like, with the setting of this game and everything, that Ringo is definitely more of an inspiration than not for Rillaboom. So I'm very much a fan of Rillaboom, and at the time I actually had a Grookey skin because I got that before. I remember I had the 3 options at like a Walmart where I got the game, and I think even though I was set on picking Scorbunny, I was like, I like Grookey more, so I'll still get the skin for that. It was a skin because it was like the sticker stuff or whatever that goes on it. I don't know where my old dock is. Oh wait, I found it. Yeah, it still has that on it, by the way. It still has that Grookey skin on the dock. Yeah, I remember that. And I remember because I was watching Dan TDM's playthrough of the game. I don't know if he did his full playthrough or if he just showed like bits of like, yeah, I'm recording. This is what I'm up to at this point in the game. I don't remember. But I remember seeing him pick Grookey. I was like, aw, cool. But I picked Scorbunny. And I remember playing through for a bit. I don't remember my full team, but I remember the very first Pokemon I knew for a fact I wanted to get was Galarian Zigzagoon. I don't know why I want Galarian Zigzagoon so badly, but I just really wanted it. I think because I already knew Zigzagoon, and to see it got a special form made me happy. So I think that's why I picked it. And then what'd I do after that? Yeah, I played through, beat the first gym and all that, beat the second, third gym. Nothing really much happened interesting between there. Then the 4th gym, I remember I caught a Yamask right before the fighting gym. And I was like, aw, this thing's cute. I'm naming it Masky. And I remember specifically its name was Masky, all lowercase, because I didn't understand capitalization. My trainer name was lowercase, because I had no idea how to capitalize on the Switch at the time. Because keep in mind, even though I only had this thing... No, I had this thing for a year, so you'd think I would have figured it out, but no. I was still very dumb. Yeah, I named it Masky, and I went into the fighting gym, and I remember actually the first time I fought it, I was able to beat the first thing very easily. I forgot where our first Pokemon was, but I think later I found out that's because it literally has nothing for dealing damage to ghost types. I don't know. But I didn't understand anything, so I'm like, oh, this Pokemon must be really good or something if it can't take damage from this. You know, I still was learning how the game actually worked. And then after that, she sent out Pangoro, and I'm like, huh. And then it had its Mold Breaker ability. I'm like, wonder what that does. And then it knocked me out like one shot, and I'm like, oh, it must make it to where it can hit me. No, it's just a dark type. So yeah, that thing kind of kicked my butt, forced me to learn how to do things. And crazy thing, by the way, which I am proud of still, even though I didn't understand it at the time. When I was trying to level up, I was in the wild area, and I was leveling up my Yamask because I'm like, this thing, it's kind of weak. Let me see if I can level it up. While I'm doing that, I guess I took enough damage and walked under the right place, but I triggered its evolution, and I'm like, huh? This thing evolves? How'd I do that? I had no clue how I did it for the longest time. I still had to look it up afterwards, but I'm so proud of myself for figuring it out. You're so bad at shiny hunting in ZA. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, there were a few more Pokemon on my team. I think the one I remember the most is Link the Phalanx. Because Smash Bros. Was like my most played game at this time. Because it was like one of the only games I had for the Switch. But Link was like the one character that I kind of liked playing as or whatever. I think specifically Toon Link looked the most visually appealing, but I just named it Link. It was pretty cool. I don't remember much else about my team. Other than the fairy gym, I remember because we were about to watch a movie that night. But, like, I had a TV in my room, but it wasn't great, so I would have much rather played on the one that was in the living room. And, all that. Anyways, we were about to watch a movie, so I had to hurry up and get off. So I remember that a bit. And then, am I actually at 34, or did I double increment? I am at 34. Okay. Let me check before I get lost in my story. Okay. I'll do one more, and then I'll wrap up. Just so I can finish yapping through my playthrough. I remember the rock gym. For some reason, I did not understand what I was doing wrong with that one. But, like, it was kicking my butt for the longest time. Like, I could not figure out how to beat that guy. And I was like, huh? Because keep in mind as well, I didn't know type matchups. I've never played a Pokemon game up to that point. This was my first one. So, I'm struggling. And looking back, I know why I struggled. Guess who is using Scentiscorch? Not like it's 4 times weak to rock or anything. I mean, yeah, maybe there's a reason I sucked at that gym. But I figured it out. I don't actually remember what I ended up using. I just know something I used worked. And then I got to the dark gym. That was pretty cool. Not being able to Dynamax was interesting. I don't think there was really anything else important. I remember, though, I do remember the next little bit. I actually remember beating the game and post-game. So, I don't remember the exact everything that went on. But what I think happened was I had to go to, I had the option to go to something for band-related things. Because they're like, if you play Woodwind, this is like a really good opportunity for you. So I'm like, okay, I'll go. And I think it worked out that the place I had to go, there was also a family reunion for part of my family going on. So it worked out to where it was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to that family reunion. It's in the same area. I'll just take you to that thing you wanted to go to. So that's what we did. And I actually remember that pretty well because I think the night we got there, I got to hang out with some family who just already lived in that area as well. And they're like, oh, we'll take you to Walmart, treat you to something just because we haven't seen you in a minute. And they were actually, this part of the family was actually the one that got me the gift, Pokemon Sword. they were the ones who bought it for me, so that was nice. I got trading cards for it, and I think I actually bought the wrong ones. Not saying wrong is in wrong, but I saw it was branded weird. So the sword theme, I got an Elite Trainer box. The sword themed one was mostly red, but with blue Zacian or Zacian. And the shield themed one was mostly blue with the red. You know, the legendary itself was the right color, but then the main color was the opposite. I read this wrong and thought the main color was the one that tied into your game. So I was like, oh, I'll get the blue one. I got the wrong theme, but it's whatever. But I remember opening the cards, being pretty excited about some of the things I got because I had them in game. Then I met up with some other family that like I never really knew. Pokemon is the best. It really is. Yeah, I met up with some family I didn't really know. But apparently they remembered me when I was younger. So, talked about that and everything. Then we went to like a hotel or what. I don't know if it was a hotel. Guess it was. I don't know what else it would have been. I don't know. But I remember we went, and before bed I did a little bit of playing. Then day 2 was the actual thing I went there for, the thing for the music stuff or whatever. I forget what it was, but I went there for it, and dang it, I dropped my fidget toy. Where'd it go? Okay, yeah, I went there for that, and then I got to where you catch Eternatus. I caught it, beat the game, pretty cool. And then the post game, I remember this was after like I had already returned, and I played through most of the post game just chilling in the room, I think. And then before bed I played a bit of Mario Maker 2. I remember that because I played like, I don't know if I made the level or if I downloaded this in advance knowing I was gonna possibly want to play stuff. I don't know, but I downloaded or made a level that was like Luigi's Mansion themed or whatever. And I remember playing that. That was pretty fun. And then afterwards, I'm like, okay, I want to play more not DLC, play more of the story. So went back in, finished up the post game, got to where you're about to catch the legendary, but I'm like, I'm tired. It's bedtime. I went to bed. Next morning, I got an early start, and I wanted to start trying to catch the legendary. But I didn't understand this at first. I thought you had to knock it out first. So I knocked it out, nothing happened, and it just started the battle over. So I'm like, huh, maybe I need to do it faster. Tried that, nothing happened. And I'm like, okay, maybe I need to throw a ball. It didn't work because I threw a regular Pokeball. Duh, no wonder it didn't work. I was like, huh, that's weird. Then I eventually figured it out because I looked it up on YouTube because I got annoyed. And then I found out, oh, you just weaken it, throw high level Pokeballs, usually gets the job done. Okay. I ended up catching it. And then I remember going to the family reunion thing. I remember just hiding in like a corner or whatever the whole time because I was like, I don't want to talk to these people because I don't know you, any of you. You're not from a side of the family I talk too much. So I didn't do much. And then we went home. And that's about all I remember. I think, actually, I do remember more from like after that. I remember I would just like mess around doing like the raids and stuff. And then around this time actually was when, because keep in mind, this happened like, I got the game for Christmas, and we moved houses in like no, it was late February. So this all happened in like January, late January, early February. All this is happening. And then, let's see. Yeah, so I remember I actually had to go stay at my grandparents' house. when we were moving, because they already took all our furniture and stuff, or at least we're in the process of moving it. We didn't move far from the old house, so it wasn't too bad. It just took multiple trips to get all our stuff over there. Pretty cool. But I remember having to stay at my grandparents' house for a night because we had no furniture. Then the next day we actually got to start moving in, so I didn't get to play anything because we had to unpack everything, pick our rooms. And then start setting stuff up. And I remember I had like the dumbest setup ever, but it's what I had to work with. So my setup, TV in the floor, switch hooked up to the TV. Actually, it was sorry, it wasn't even a TV. It was my gaming monitor. That was my setup. And I think where my desk is sitting right now is where that setup was. Actually, it might have been my TV. I don't remember. It was one of the two. I don't know. I just remember playing, having a good time. And then, of course, my mattress was set up in what is now my brother's room. So, whenever I was done playing for the night, I had to go into his room and sleep on my mattress on the floor because we didn't set anything up. It was still day one. That's how everyone slept, actually, I think. We all had to just sleep on mattresses on the floor. Yeah, I was actually pretty mad because then I actually found out that since we moved on the 28th of February, which is day after Pokemon Day, found out that for Pokemon Day, they're actually doing a special raid event where you could catch Mewtwo and the Kanto starters. Now, unfortunately, I didn't connect online when this happened because it didn't start until we were moving. And it was unfortunately timed to where by the time we got internet, the event ended. Literally, the event ended the day before we got internet. Makes me mad still. Yeah, on the floor. We didn't have anything set up yet. I had a bunch of boxes in the corner of my room where the window is and everything. With all my games, all my things. Like everything I had. In boxes still. Because I didn't really unbox anything. I had nowhere to put anything. And then, of course, it still took a couple days before we started setting everything up. My bed, I didn't have an actual bed until, like, a week after we moved in, I think. Because I finally had to convince, like, okay, can we please set up my bed? I don't want to keep sleeping on the floor. So we finally put my bed together. Again. And then I had my bed. That was pretty cool. And then I set up my desk and everything. We started moving furniture in and stuff, like, properly. And then at some point, everything just kind of worked out. We had everything set up that we needed. It was nice. Okay, I have 2 minutes to beat this boot. Okay, I'm not sticking strictly. I ended 10 minutes early. I'm okay if I need to go 10 minutes late for this. I'm not. I am very much doing this on time. I'll just go until this is over and then end, as I said earlier. Anyways, is there anything else to my story? No, not really. It kind of just fast forwards to today. Although I do have a fun story about that Switch, my first Switch. I have no idea where it is now. So, okay, there's more to it than just I lost. I didn't lose it. Let's have that be very clear. So what happened was my Switch started like crapping out. I don't know what happened, if it was just a bad model or if I dropped it one too many times. I don't know what happened. But like the fan that kept it cool, it started like messing up. It got very loud. Like it went from being silent or like you barely heard it to like it sounded like I don't even know how to describe it. A power tool almost. Like that's how loud it got. And it also was just very bad its job. I think like whatever was with it, like one of the fans might have got warped or something. Or I guess blades is what you call them. I don't know. Something about the fan got messed up, and it became really loud and really bad at cooling. I think the sound was literally it dragging on itself. So that's probably why it didn't cool anything. Yeah, it worked fine for a while, but I think eventually it got to the point where it doesn't work, or it didn't work. So I would have to like start setting up a fan next to it just to keep it cool. And then eventually it finally got to the point where it's like, okay, it's not realistic to keep doing insane setups just so it doesn't overheat. So I begged my parents for a new Switch, and they got me an OLED because I asked for it specifically. But I was like, if that's too much to ask for, it's fine. Just get me another Switch. I don't care. I just want another Switch. I got one. They got me the OLED. I loved it. It's way better at keeping stuff cool. It's still running. It's the one on the right, by the way. That is the OLED they got me. And all was good. How many tries did it take me to get a shiny from eggs? It's various. I mean, I've had a whole bunch of egg hunts. Yeah, I remember after I got my OLED, I think my dad took the old Switch I had after I transferred everything. But I think what he was going to do was repair it or see what he could do to fix it up. And then he was going to give it to my mom, I think, so she could play Animal Crossing. No idea where that Switch is now, by the way, because I do not think it's in his room. His gaming room, let's make that clear. Not like bedroom, I mean gaming room where he has all his stuff. Because I've not seen it around in there the times I have been in there. So I think he really just threw it away because he was like, yeah, this is not worth fixing. And my mom honestly isn't even that much of a gamer. So if she really cared, then like I have my Switch Lite I don't use. I can just give her that because I think it's the color of light she would have wanted anyways. What's an? I would say 512 just because that's odds for if you have charm. Just so on average that should be when you get it. Or if you don't have charm, it's like 683 or something. I don't know, it's like 682 point something, so it rounds up to 683, or it's 683 point something. I don't know. I don't really keep all that information stored in my head. Okay, no Bulu tonight. That's fine. I'll be live tomorrow, same time. Actually, I'll be even going an hour late. Or an hour later. Longer. I don't know. It'll be 6 hours instead of 5. Let's see. Everything good. Alright, give me like 2 seconds, because I think I might do a raid tonight. I know, crazy. I just need to like actually scout to see if this is gonna work, because I also want like raid into an ending stream, but with how late I am, I don't know if that's gonna happen. Oh boy, adds the bane of my existence. $5.12, yeah. $5.12. But, you know, hopefully you get something before that. That doesn't seem too bad. Okay. I think we're going to do a raid. So, I know, crazy. I've never done one of these before, but I'm doing it anyways. Alright, there's your hashtag. If anyone's lurking and wants to join, we're going on a raid. Be good people, do good things, and please join me so I don't look like a fool. Alright, thank you all for showing up. I appreciate it.